Chapter 1375. The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his body, God's soul, and the obsidian divine cauldron was to prove that he was qualified to talk to Lien Haogong. At the same time, he hoped that Lien Haogong would not look down on him so that he would have the qualifications to ask for advice. His understanding of alchemy was not inferior to any supreme alchemy god. Moreover, he felt that the alchemy union was recognized as the #1 force. They always paid attention to every alchemist and encouraged their development so that they could better advance to the next realm. Ling Xiao felt that, as the supreme alchemy god, he would not look down on his cauldron. After all, they were existences that had reached the peak and would not lack a divine cauldron. However, he had forgotten that his obsidian divine cauldron was an ancient divine weapon, one of the 9 great ancient divine cauldrons. It was a divine item that any alchemist wanted. Even the supreme alchemy god could not help but be tempted by it. Anyway, this kind of limited ancient divine cauldron would not be troublesome. Moreover, they could pass it on, so why would they not need it? Ling Xiao did not expect that he would not be able to show off, and that his divine cauldron would be stolen by someone else. This time, he even wanted to die. All of his belongings were inside the divine cauldron. Ling Xiao's real body and God's soul avatar burst out with all of their power. At the same time, they blasted out a monstrous fist intent towards Lien Haogong from the left and right. With such an all-out attack at such a close distance, even a half-incipient God Realm expert would be blown up by Ling Xiao. All of the space energy in the hall was squeezed onto Lien Haogong's body. The blazing heaven flames filled the hall, making it extremely hot. Yin Dai Jiao looked at this scene in a daze. She was completely stunned by this change. Lien Haogong, who was holding the obsidian divine cauldron, completely ignored Ling Xiao's attack. He calmly looked at the 2 Ling Xiao's attacks and said, "Young man, don't be so impulsive." Then, he slightly raised one hand, and an indescribable force began to spread out. Immediately after, the power of the 2 Ling Xiao's attacks was stopped, and his flames were extinguished. Ling Xiao only felt that all the spatial energy around him was not under his control. Instead, it was forcefully binding him, making it so that he could not even use his power. Ling Xiao's face instantly turned red. For the first time, he felt an irresistible power, which made him feel extremely sad and insignificant. It was as if killing him was as easy as killing an ant in his opponent's eyes. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to see if it was the real divine obsidian cauldron." "Now it looks like it really is," Lien Haogong said faintly, and then let go of the divine obsidian cauldron. The moment he let go of the cauldron, Ling Xiao felt his entire body relax. His true body and soul regained their freedom. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted his foolish behavior just now. He shouldn't be so arrogant in front of a true, supreme alchemy god. If Lien Haogong really wanted to take his divine cauldron, the other party could have killed him right now. Then, he would have died in vain. Ling Xiao combined the 2 into one and retrieved the divine obsidian cauldron. He slightly cupped his hands towards Lien Haogong and said, "I'm sorry, sir." Just now, Ling Xiao lost his composure. This apology was necessary. Ling Xiao was not someone who couldn't let go. If he was already a supreme today, he wouldn't be so sullen. His heart yearned to break through to become a true supreme as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to control his own fate. Even if it was a more powerful supreme, he would still have the leeway to resist. Lien Haogong looked at Ling Xiao with appreciation and said, "Not bad. Even though it was a little arrogant, you have the capital to be arrogant. Not bad, ah. However, it is better for you to be low-key in the future. If you didn't meet me today, don't even think about taking back your divine obsidian cauldron." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. This little one was rash. He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, this little one does have some experience in becoming a supreme alchemy god, so I would like to ask for some advice from you." This time, Lien Haogong did not refuse. He stroked his long beard and smiled. "Your courage is commendable. Compared to the other brats I've seen in the past, you have much more character." "Very well. I will have a good talk with you. Let's see what you have to say." After Lien Hao Gong saw Ling Zhao's divine obsidian cauldron, he immediately guessed that Ling Xiao must have obtained a great fortune. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an amazing alchemy ability. However, the divine obsidian cauldron was an inanimate object. Even if he had the inheritance, he still needed to rely on his outstanding comprehension and his outstanding Timbin cultivation to have everything he had today. Now, he truly understood the source of Ling Zhao's confidence. He had a god soul that was even stronger than his real body. No wonder why he could advance so fast. Moreover, regarding the path of alchemy, the strength of one's god soul was also very important. A half-incipient god realm divine alchemist was indeed qualified to be received by a supreme divine alchemist like him. Ling Xiao finally exhaled in relief. As long as he could enter the eyes of this supreme divine alchemist, he believed that he didn't need to participate in the alchemy conference and would be able to form a friendly relationship with the alchemy union. Next, Lien Hao Gong returned to his seat. Ling Xiao was also given a seat and began to exchange alchemy knowledge with Lien Hao Gong while Yin Dai Jiao listened on the side. In the beginning, Lien Hao Gong asked Ling Xiao questions while Ling Xiao answered them one by one. Later on, the alchemy knowledge that Ling Xiao shared was something that Lien Hao Gong had never heard before. It was very novel, but it was also very exquisite. It had unexpected benefits for controlling the essence of spirit grasses and condensing the pills. Lien Hao Gong's interest was piqued, and he began to discuss with Ling Xiao. He also shared many of his alchemy insights, allowing Ling Xiao to comprehend a lot. The more the two talked, the more congenial they became. They talked more and more as if they were old friends. On the side, Yin Dai Jiao listened with keen interest. Her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at Ling Zhao's handsome face, while her heart occasionally pounded. She didn't think that Ling Xiao really had the qualifications to exchange pointers with her second master. Moreover, the alchemy knowledge he shared was very unique and gave her a lot of benefits. She could feel that Ling Xiao wasn't just boasting. He was the real deal. As long as his strength took another step forward, breaking through to become a truth realm supreme divine alchemist wouldn't be a problem. She wasn't the only one who felt this way. Even Lien Hao Gong felt this way. He was sure that Ling Zhao's fortune was not small. He already had the thought of roping Ling Xiao in. He absolutely couldn't let go of such an outstanding youth. In the blink of an eye, nearly a day had passed. Lien Hao Gong still had some lingering thoughts and said, "You little brat are not bad. You must have obtained the inheritance from the obsidian divine cauldron. It is truly extraordinary." If Lien Hao Gong couldn't guess where Ling Zhao's inheritance came from, then his title as the supreme divine alchemist would have been in vain. Ling Xiao didn't admit or deny it. It was a tacit agreement. In any case, this supreme divine alchemist before him wouldn't harm him for the time being. He still wanted to have a good relationship with him. This little brat is just a bit lucky. Listening to your words today, Ling Xiao was enlightened and gained a lot. Please accept Ling Zhao's bow. Ling Xiao bowed slightly towards Lien Hao Gong and said, "To be honest, Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the supreme divine alchemist. He indeed had an incomparable advantage in the path of alchemy. He knew many pill formulas and many alchemy tricks. However, Lien Hao Gong was a famous supreme divine alchemist. He had refined countless pills, so he naturally had his own unique way. Some of the insights he spoke of naturally allowed Ling Xiao to gain a lot. Therefore, Ling Zhao's bow was worth it. Haha, you're not arrogant or rash. You have a bright future, a bright future. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. It's possible for you to become a supreme divine alchemist in the future." Lien Hao Gong was not stingy with his praise for Ling Xiao. Yin Dai, who was at the side, pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Second Master is so biased. I've never heard you praise me like this before. Little girl, you're still so calculative. You've received more praise since you were young than all of your senior brothers." Duke Lien Hao kindly smiled, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "With your ability, you are indeed much stronger than the youngsters of today. It doesn't matter if you don't participate in the alchemy conference or not. The reason why we called you all here is to see your potential. I believe that your ability is no less than that of the divine alchemists who have been famous for many years, perhaps even a level higher. You should work hard and strive to take that step as soon as possible. And to be able to listen to my Lord's guidance today, Ling Xiao is very confident that I can reach that step. Ling Xiao lightly replied. Then he said, My Lord, Ling Xiao would like to ask my Lord to sell 2 or 3 supreme divine pills to our Dragon Gate. We can buy the divine crystals according to the auction price. I wonder if that's possible? As long as they could buy the supreme divine pills, Ling Fei and the others will be able to report back. After all, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to reach that step so quickly. If he wanted to refine the Supreme Dan in advance, he still needed some time. Hee, since you've already spoken, this old man naturally can't let you return disappointed. However, I can't make the decision on this matter. You can talk to Jiao She has the final say in the auction this time, Lien Hao Gong said with a faint smile. His old eyes flashed with a hint of interest. Second Master, what are you talking about? If you say you want to sell it, then I'll sell it. If not, then I won't sell it. Why drag me into this? Yin Dai Jiao clearly didn't think that far ahead and objected. This little girl really doesn't understand. Lien Hao Gong shook his head and said, then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, how do you think our medicine alliance is compared to your Dragon Gate or Kim people? Ling Xiao didn't know what he meant by that, but he still replied, we're much stronger and richer than Dragon Gate and Kim people. From Heaven Origin City to this palace, Ling Xiao could be considered to have seen the tip of the iceberg of the Medicine Alliance's wealth. He could conclude that neither Dragon Gate nor Kim people could compare to it. Lien Hao Gong was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's answer and immediately asked, then what do you think of this girl? Second Master, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Yin Dai Jiao immediately snorted and lightly stomped her feet. She actually left the hall as if she was escaping. Chapter 1376. No matter how outstanding Yin Dai Jiao was, she was still not a real woman. She could only be said to be an inexperienced woman, so naturally, she would have shy side. Even Hao Gong had asked Ling Xiao such a question right in front of her face. How could she not flee in embarrassment? This child has been spoiled by us. Don't mind her. Tell me what you think of her. Lien Hao Gong said. Ling Xiao was a bit embarrassed and could only say, the smoke god teacher is naturally a peerless beauty and an extraordinary woman with extraordinary abilities. You're right. This little girl is indeed beautiful. She is publicly recognized as the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan region. Lien Hao Gong nodded in agreement. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said, then do you like her? How about I betroth her to you? Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He didn't expect the supreme alchemy god to be so direct. What? Are you stupid? You and her are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Both of you will become the supreme alchemy god in the future. In the future, you will definitely become an enviable immortal couple. Lien Hao Gong said. It could be seen that he sincerely wanted to bring Ling Xiao and Yin Dai Jiao together. In addition to Ling Xiao obtaining his approval, he also felt that Yin Dai Jiao didn't seem to dislike Ling Xiao. So he asked this question. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, my lord, I don't think any man would reject a woman like the smoke god teacher. However, Ling Xiao already has a wife and concubines, so he is not worthy of her. Ling Xiao was speaking the truth. He felt that this Yin Dai Jiao gave him a very good feeling. Her temperament was charming, and her words were appropriate. She gave him the feeling of a close confidant. If he could get together with her, it would truly be a beautiful story. Not only would it strengthen the relationship between the Alchemy Union and the Dragon Gate, but it would also give him more resources to rely on. However, he didn't want to force his feelings and hope that they would succeed. He and Yin Dai Jiao had only met a few times, yet they were already talking about marriage. This was too fast. What's more, he had a lot of women, so he had to control himself. After all, there were still the problems of Lai Ruyu, Zhou Zhijing, and Xiao Ling. It's rare for you to be honest. If you had agreed immediately, this old man would have kicked you out of the door. Lien Hao Gong was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's answer, and then said, I don't care about you young people's matters, but if you want to buy the sovereign god pills, that's fine too. However, you, Ling Xiao, must join my medicine alliance, even if it's just a temporary elder. What do you think? It had to be said that Lien Hao was very straightforward. He directly proposed a rope in Ling Xiao. In the future, when Ling Xiao became the supreme alchemy god, he would also be considered a member of the Medicine Union. The Medicine Union's prestige would be even greater than before. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to give up on Dragon Gate and Kim people and completely join their Medicine Union. That was why he relaxed the conditions. Ling Xiao knew how powerful the Medicine Union was. If he could form a relationship with them, it would be a very good choice for him. He replied, Since that's the case, then I'll just be a guest elder. What do you think, my lord? In any case, he already had a lot of guest elder positions, so one more wouldn't be a burden. Why not? Your suggestion is not bad. Since you're a guest elder of our Medicine Union, you definitely have the right to buy the sovereign god pills first. Furthermore, with your ability, you'll be able to refine them in the near future. At that time, you won't need to buy them anymore, Lien Hao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. As our guest elder, this matter must be announced. I'll get Jiaoer to do it for you. Also, you should go and participate in this alchemy conference's evaluation. With your ability, you should be qualified. This can be considered as the first thing you've done for our guild, and the benefits will not be lacking. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He really didn't think that meeting with Lien Hao would actually give him an additional benefit. With his status as a guest elder, it would be much more convenient for him to move around in the future. Ling Xiao will follow your arrangements, my lord. Ling Xiao agreed. All right, after the conference ends, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll arrange for my senior and junior brothers to meet with you. At that time, you can discuss with them a little. I believe it will be of great benefit to you, Lien Hao replied. Many thanks, my lord. Ling Xiao immediately expressed his gratitude. To be able to meet with the 3 sovereign alchemy gods of the Medicine Union was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lien Hao called Yin Dai Jiao back. After instructing her a few things about Ling Xiao, his clone disappeared from the main hall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This sovereign's methods were truly extraordinary. He was able to sense everything even though he was in a foreign land, and he was even able to condense a clone's divine sense into such a realistic form. It was truly an eye-opener. In truth, divine sense clones could already be created when one was at the Saint Realm. It was just that the strength was different. Furthermore, one's original aura was still present in order to transfer a divine sense clone to another place. Normally, it would only be an illusory image, but a real divine sense clone like Lien Hao Gong wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. After Lien Hao Gong left, only Ling Xiao and Yin Dai Jiao were left in the main hall. Congratulations, guest elder. I didn't think that meeting my second master would make you so happy. Even I'm a bit jealous, Yin Dai Jiao said with a smile. She was indeed a bit jealous of Ling Xiao. In the past, many divine alchemists had come to visit her 3 masters, but only a few of them had caught their eye. As for someone like Ling Xiao, he was the first one to gain her second master's approval so quickly. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to be loved by others? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease her. He was truly in a good mood, and his conversation with Yin Dai Jiao was quite casual. It was as if they were old friends without any barriers. I've seen a lot of thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick as you. Yin Djiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Then she said, I'll send you back first. I'll have someone send you a guest token and an elder's robe later. You'd better wear them at that time. Otherwise, people will think that you're not an elder of our Medicine Alliance. As for the sovereign god pellets you want, I'll prepare them for you. However, you can't be lacking in divine crystals. Yin Dai Jiao's angry glance was extremely charming and enchanting, almost causing Ling Xiao to fall into a daze. Ling Xiao quietly shifted his gaze and said, Of course, I'm just completing the mission I was given. Yin Dai Jiao noticed Ling Zhao's subtle movements and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose as a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Yin Dai Jiao once again sent Ling Xiao back to his residence. On the way back, Yin Dai Jiao told Ling Xiao a lot about the rules of the Medicine Alliance, allowing him to understand the situation of the Medicine Alliance first. In addition, they would also arrange a residence for him in the Palace City, so that he could come to the Palace City often in the future and discuss alchemy with others. Ling Xiao was considered a member of the Medicine Alliance after all. If the Medicine Alliance could let Ling Xiao do things under their banner, they would also need Ling Xiao to do some things for their Medicine Alliance. Ling Xiao would not reject these things. He thought about the Beauty Merchant Union, where he was also a guest elder. Perhaps when he had the time, he should also make some contributions to them. Otherwise, he would feel a little apologetic. When he returned to his residence, Ling Fei and the others immediately came out to welcome him. Ling Fei asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you see the 3 Lord Medicine Gods?" The 3 sovereign medicine gods of the Medicine Alliance had a supreme position in the heaven realm. Who knew how many people wanted to meet them? But unfortunately, not many could have such an honor. And Ling Xiao had been gone for an entire day. Ling Fei and the others were more or less hoping that Ling Xiao would succeed, and it would be best if he could by the Sovereign Dan in advance. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Brother, you are worth 2, of course I saw them. Furthermore, the Sovereign Dan has already been settled. Brother, you just need to prepare the divine crystals." "Really? That's great. Brother, you have done a great service for the sect." Ling Fei exclaimed excitedly. Lan Shi also laughed at the side. "Not bad. First we forced the people from the Devil Tiger sect to retreat, then we bought the Sovereign Dan first. This trip was worth it." The other 2 also agreed. The way they looked at Ling Xiao became even more admiring, and they made up their minds to take advantage of this opportunity to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao became a sovereign medicine god in the future, they could use this relationship to ask Ling Xiao for the qualifications to refine the Sovereign Dan for them. Following that, Ling Xiao told them about how he had become a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. Ling Fei, Lan Qi, and the others were instantly stunned. "Brother, Elder Lan, what's wrong with you guys?" Ling Xiao looked at them in surprise and asked, You became a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance." Ling Fei revealed a look of disbelief. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said seriously, "There's no need to lie to you guys. Very soon they will send someone to give me the title and also arrange a place for us to stay." Good boy, good boy. I can't help but admire you," Ling Fei said excitedly. The others were also extremely excited. It was obvious that they were very happy that Ling Xiao was able to join the Medicine Alliance. The Medicine Alliance was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even if an ordinary alchemist wanted to join, they could only start as an outer court deacon. It was extremely rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who could reach the heavens in a single step and become an elder. The authority of a guest elder was actually much lower than that of an inner elder, but it was still higher than that of an outer elder. After all, they had absolute freedom and could arrange their own matters without being restricted too much. "This time, I might have to stay for a while. At that time, brother, you guys can take the Sovereign Dan and report back first," Ling Xiao said. Since he had become a guest elder here, he had to familiarize himself with the environment here. Furthermore, Ling Xiao also planned to use the resources of the Medicine Alliance to make a breakthrough and become a true sovereign before returning to the Sky Dragon region. This was because he had already been targeted by the Gu clan. If he returned now, there might already be a sovereign waiting for him. Chapter 1377. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao was even more eager to take another step forward. Once he reached the supremacy stage, he would have a truly boundless world. With his various trump cards, he would have a chance to survive even if he faced a high-level supremacy stage expert. Moreover, after reaching the supremacy stage, he would still need some time to become an alchemy god. It would be best if he could interact more with the 3 alchemy gods here. Only then would he be able to avoid more detours. Moreover, The Medicine Guild would definitely have supremacy divine materials for him to squander, which would help him become a supremacy alchemy god as soon as possible. With all these reasons added together, he had no choice but to consider staying here for a period of time. As for the people he brought to the Heaven Domain, he didn't need to worry too much. Ling Gang had sent people to protect them, and he had also informed Ling Feiwu that he wouldn't let them suffer any grievances. During his absence, it would be better for them to adapt to the situation in the Heaven Domain. When he returned to the Dragon Gate again, their strength would soar once again. The next day, the Medicine Guild really sent someone to bestow Ling Xiao a reward. The person who came was a senior elder of the Medicine Guild, a true divine alchemist named Guanxia. Accompanying him were a few alchemy saint alchemists in attendance. When Guanxia first saw Ling Xiao, he was startled by Ling Xiao's overly young appearance. He didn't expect that it would be such a young divine alchemist. Moreover, he heard that the second palace master had taken a fancy to him and directly made an exception to promote him to a guest elder. The other alchemy saint alchemists who came with him were also shocked. Guanxia became even more enthusiastic towards Ling Xiao. A young man who was chosen like this would definitely have a limitless future, so he wouldn't put on airs in front of him. Moreover, he also heard that Yin Dai Jiao had accompanied this divine alchemist into the main hall yesterday. He suspected that this young man in front of him would be summoned as a subordinate of their Medicine Guild. If that was the case, he had to be even more careful about forming a good relationship with him. Divine Master Ling is indeed a promising young man. No wonder the second hall master thinks highly of you. My name is Guanxia. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know. Guanxia said politely after giving Ling Xiao all the rewards. Ling Xiao didn't know how to put on airs, so he immediately humbled himself and said, "You're too polite, Divine Priest Guan. We're all members of the guild in the future, so you have to take care of me, lest I do something wrong." "Haha, well said, Guanxia laughed. Then, he brought Ling Xiao to the accommodations arranged for him. There was an extremely grand and luxurious pavilion and courtyard there. There were a total of 50 or so of them, just like the courtyards in the city. The architecture was extremely exquisite and beautiful, and the people who lived there were all divine alchemist elders. Ling Xiao was arranged to stay in a pavilion on the east side of the city. Although it was not as grand as the others, it was still a rare place. From now on, this would be his home in the city. There were already a dozen divine king protectors and elders in this courtyard, as well as several dozen holy emperor guards and maids. In the future, these people would be Ling Xiao's personal attendants and attendants. After chatting with Ling Xiao for a while, Guanxia said his goodbyes. Before he left, Ling Xiao didn't forget to quietly place a spatial ring in Guanxia's hand. Guanxia knew Ling Xiao's intentions, so how could he accept it? He was determined to return it to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. If old brother doesn't accept it, this little brother will feel uneasy." Since Ling Xiao had already said this, Guanxia was too embarrassed to refuse. In his heart, he praised Ling Xiao for his good manners. As soon as Guanxia left, Ling Fei couldn't wait to say to Ling Xiao, "Old brother, don't be corrupted by the conditions here. You are the pillar of our Kim people." Ling Fei was really afraid that Ling Xiao would stay in the Medicine Alliance and not return. If that happened, he would become a sinner of the clan. After all, Ling Xiao's future was limitless. Once he became a sovereign, he would definitely become an important elder of their clan. How could he let Ling Xiao stay in the Medicine Alliance just to curry favor with the Medicine Alliance? At that time, the Medicine Alliance would use all kinds of methods to make Ling Xiao indulge in pleasure, and he would become a sinner of the clan. Although he felt that Ling Xiao shouldn't be someone who would forget his roots, he had no choice but to give Ling Xiao some reminders in advance so that Ling Xiao wouldn't know his limits. Ling Xiao replied, "Brother, don't worry. The blood of the clan flows in my body. I know what to do. The Medicine Alliance and I are only mutually beneficial." "That's good. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen the other party bring the Sovereign Dan yet?" Ling Fei replied, "What's the rush? They'll come eventually. Ling Xiao said, and started to check the things he had been rewarded. Inside, there were a few sets of Medicine Alliance's god alchemist robes, and the color of his clothes was the same as Guan Xia's. It was black with a rusty dark red lace, and there were also dragon and phoenix patterns, making it look solemn and dignified. There was also a guild elder's token, and there were even more divine materials. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with these rewards. There were actually a lot of divine materials inside, but it was difficult for him to obtain so many in the past when he was in Dragon Gate and Kim People. With this batch of divine materials, plus the 500 divine herbs he won from Jiang Xian, he wouldn't be lacking in divine materials for a short period of time. Next, he only needed to refine more divine pills for the Medicine Alliance, and he would also be able to obtain a lot of income. Of course, his main task now was to familiarize himself with everything here as soon as possible, and the first thing he would do was to be the judge of this alchemy conference. He had to make some preparations in advance, so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself. That afternoon, Yindai Jiao arrived at Ling Xiao's territory. She was still wearing an alchemist robe, and her face was covered with a light veil. Her plump and perky figure was not covered by the loose clothes at all, but it made her even more alluring. Her pair of bright almond-shaped eyes were rippling with an indescribable charm. "Greetings, Goddess Yin." Ling Xiao came out with Ling Fei and the others to greet her. Yindai Jiao fiercely rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Divine Teacher Ling is too polite. It's only been a day, and you've already forgotten this little girl's words." Yindai Jiao's words made people feel like they were friends who had known each other for a long time, and there was a hint of playfulness in her words, which made Ling Xiao a little unable to bear it. Ling Fei and the others tactfully signaled each other with their eyes and retreated, giving the two some time to interact. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "All right, then I'll call you by your name from now on." Women all held grudges, and Ling Xiao was quite familiar with this point. "That's more like it. I brought you 5 Supreme God pellets. You just joined our guild, so you can recoup the cost." Yindai Jiao revealed a proud expression as she took out the bottle containing the Supreme God pellets and placed it in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yindai Jiao to be so generous to actually take out 5 Supreme God pellets at once. What kind of extravagance was this? It had to be known that every Supreme God pellet required several extremely rare Supreme God materials as the main material to be refined. Every single one of them was incomparably precious, and there were a total of 5 of them here. If they were to be auctioned, who knew how much the price would soar? Ling Xiao could guess that Yindai Jiao was giving him face by taking out so many Supreme God pellets at once. He immediately said, gratefully, "How many, little sister Jiao Jiao? If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Yindai Jiao made a face when she heard Ling Xiao call her little sister, and said angrily, "Tui, you are the little sister. You should call me big sister, you little brat." In reality, she was more than twice the age of Ling Xiao, so she was naturally unhappy to be called little sister by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed an awkward expression and laughed. "Haha, it was a slip of the tongue. Then I'll just call you senior sister Jiao Jiao from now on. Senior sister Jiao Jiao, you have to protect this little brother and don't let others bully me." Yindai Jiao had a childlike temperament as she said, "That's more like it. Don't worry, in the future, with senior sister protecting you, no one can bully you." She had always lived in Palace City and rarely interacted with the outside world. Although she was smart, she was still a cute girl who had yet to experience the world. Ling Xiao and Yindai Jiao talked for a while, and in the end, they bought the 5 Supreme God pellets for 50 billion divine crystals. Such a sum of divine crystals was almost equivalent to a medium-sized divine crystal vein. However, this was only the cost. If they were to be auctioned, the price would at least be several times higher. After all, each Supreme God pellet represented the birth of a Supreme incipient God realm expert. The significance of this wasn't ordinary. Yindai Jiao and Ling Xiao stayed for more than an hour. She told Ling Xiao many things about the evaluation of the alchemy conference and then left. After that, Ling Xiao summoned a peak God King protector elder in his courtyard. This protector elder was called Zhao Bai. He was the steward responsible for Ling Xiao's daily life and safety. In the future, whether he could become a half-incipient god realm or a supreme would depend on whether Ling Xiao could become a supreme alchemy god or not. If Ling Xiao could reach that step, he would be able to enjoy the blessing and have a chance to take another step forward. If Ling Xiao couldn't reach that step, then he would be stuck at this step for the rest of his life. After all, he didn't have any potential to break through. That was why he was willing to be a protector elder. It all depended on whether the protector elder could live up to expectations and lead them to a higher level. After all, they were bound together for good or bad. After they were assigned to Ling Xiao, their fates were closely related to Ling Xiao. Greetings, God Alchemist. What can I do for you? Zhao Bai respectfully greeted Ling Xiao. Looking at this young divine alchemist in front of him, Yu Bai's heart was filled with endless emotions. At first, he was a little dissatisfied when he was assigned to be a protector of the new divine alchemist. After all, a guest elder's position in the guild wasn't as high as an inner elder. But after seeing how young Ling Xiao was and understanding some of Ling Xiao's situation, he made up his mind to serve this master well, because he could see the light at which he could advance to the supreme, incipient god realm. After all, he was a divine apothecary who was even younger than Goddessine. Even though he was only a guest elder, he had only just been invited to join the guild. Once he advanced a step further, he might even become the youngest supreme apothecary in the guild. At that time, he would definitely be valued by the 3 hall masters. Moreover, today Goddessine had personally come to meet this god alchemist. It was enough to show how much importance the guild placed on Ling Xiao. After thinking about this, how could Zhao Bai not follow him loyally? Chapter 1378. The reason Ling Xiao called Zhao Bai over was not because he had something important to discuss, but because he wanted Zhao Bai to explain the situation of the Medicine Alliance in detail so that he could have a better understanding of the Medicine Alliance. Zhao Bai was an old member of the Medicine Alliance. He knew more about the situation and told Ling Xiao about many things without holding anything back. Through this interrogation, Ling Xiao understood a lot about the situation of the Medicine Alliance. In his heart, he felt that joining the Medicine Alliance and becoming a guest elder was indeed a good choice. The degree to which the Medicine Alliance valued alchemists could be said to have reached an unparalleled level. In the Tianyuan region, the status of an alchemist was much higher than that of a warrior. Any clan or force would take pride in nurturing an alchemist. The Medicine Alliance had nurtured a large portion of the alchemists in the Tianyuan region. They did not always stay in the guild, and many of them had joined the various great powers with other identities, acting as a bridge between the 2 great powers. However, these alchemists were still dominated by the Medicine Alliance. They infiltrated those powers and became their honored guests, so they were naturally able to rope in many people. Therefore, as long as the Medicine Alliance raised their arms and shouted, many of the major powers in the Tianyuan region would listen to their commands. Therefore, the Medicine Alliance was definitely a giant existence in the Tianyuan region. This was many times greater than the influence of the Dragon Gate in the Sky Dragon region or the Black Tortoise sect in the Profound Sky region. In addition, the Medicine Alliance's spirit grass and pill shops were spread all over the Tianyuan region, and more than half of their income went to the Medicine Alliance. This method of earning money was even more terrifying than the blazing flame merchants in the Sky Dragon region. After all, spirit grasses and pills were the best things to sell. This was something that every martial artist needed to protect themselves. Of course, with Elder Ling Xiao's identity, he would naturally have a great discount when purchasing spirit grass or pills from the various shops that belonged to the Medicine Alliance. This was only the surface situation of the Alchemy Alliance. As for the internal situation, what concerned Ling Xiao the most was that aside from the 3 supreme alchemy gods, they also had 27 godly alchemists. These 27 godly alchemists were all high-level elders of the Alchemy Alliance. They were existences second only to the 3 supreme alchemy gods. These 27 people did not refer to the divine apothecaries who had joined other forces. If the divine apothecaries in other forces were included, there would be more than this number. They all had their own groups, and their disciples and grand disciples were also countless, forming several factions. These few factions were led by one of the more outstanding divine apothecaries of the older generation. They each did their own thing and sought their own benefits. However, although these factions were in different camps, they all respected the three great supreme medicine gods, and they would never dare to cause a split within the guild. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to pay attention to the competition and interest between these factions. He didn't want to get involved in these factions. After all, he was only a guest elder. He didn't want to participate in the internal strife within the guild. He wanted to be a person who was fated to be in these factions. After Ling Xiao let Zhao Bai leave, he told Ling Fei and the others about the news of the 5 sovereign Dan that he had bought. Ling Fei almost cried out in surprise. "Brother, your face is too big. Usually, there are only 3 supreme god pellets in the auction every year. You actually bought 5 of them in one go. This time, you have made a great contribution." Lan Shi also laughed at the side. "That's right, God Master Ling Xiao alone is enough to take care of all of us. This is really too exciting. With these 5 sovereign Danes, our Dragon Gate will have a few more sovereigns." The other 2 also opened their mouths to praise him, the excitement on their faces not being concealed at all. After buying these 5 sovereign Danes, when they returned to the Dragon Gate, 2 of them would have the opportunity to receive rewards. It was impossible for them not to be excited. They just think that I am a new elder, so they gave me some face. Ling Xiao replied with a light smile. Then he said, "Brother, you guys should first escort these 5 sovereign Danes back to the sect, lest there be any problems." Ling Fei pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is of great importance. We have to think about it carefully. The people from the Devil Tiger sect will not let us leave the Tianyuan district so easily." Ling Fei's worry was not without reason. They were sworn enemies with the Dragon Gate. Previously, Ling Xiao had made them lose face. If they let them leave so easily, then they would not be people of the Devil Tiger sect. It was certain that the Devil Tiger sect would definitely find out about their whereabouts through other channels. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Then you guys can leave on the day of the alchemy assembly without any problems." "Why do you say that?" Lan Qi asked from the side. "Because the people from the Devil Tiger sect will make a comeback on that day. When the time comes, they will never expect you guys to leave quietly," Ling Xiao said with a trace of confidence. Ling Fei clapped his hands and exclaimed, "That's right, this is definitely the Devil Tiger sect style. When the day comes, they will definitely come back to get back at us. When that time comes, no one will notice that we have left. To think that you could even think of this. You are really quick-witted. Haha, that's a very obvious thing. What's the big deal? All right, when you guys go back, tell Ling Gang that he must take good care of my people." Ling Xiao laughed and then gave him a reminder. "Don't worry, many of them are our clansmen. Since they were brought to the Heaven Domain by you, they should be people of our Dragon Gate. When we go back, I will arrange for them to do some things in the Dragon Gate, or send someone to guide them, so that they can cultivate better." Ling Fei waved his hand and said straightforwardly, "Brother, I am relieved to hear that," Ling Xiao replied. "But I am worried about you on behalf of sister-in-law and the others. That divine smoke alchemist seems to be very interested in you. Why are you not interested? You might as well get her. At that time, your status in the Alchemy Guild will be even higher, and your relationship with our Dragon Gate will definitely be better." Ling Fei joked. "I agree with Elder Ling Fei's words. The divine smoke alchemist is definitely destined to become a supreme alchemy god. No one else can compare to divine smoke alchemist Ling Xiao. In any case, it would be a pity to let go of such a superb woman." Lan Qi echoed from the side. Dragon Gate and the Alchemy Guild could be considered a good match. Moreover, Dragon Gate had Kim people behind them, so it was definitely not a disgrace to the Alchemy Guild. If the 2 great powers of the 2 regions formed an alliance, it would indeed be a big shock, and it could indeed improve the relationship between the 2 great powers. However, Compared to Ping Yi, Dragon Gate benefited from it, so they persuaded Ling Xiao to do this. At their level, they might not easily fall in love, but for some benefits, they sometimes had to sell their bodies. Ling Xiao also understood this, but he really did not want to sell his body so easily. He thought to himself, "A pure person like me only sells my skills, not my body." If people who were familiar with him heard this, they would probably spit on him and drown him alive. How could he even say such words? Shameless to the extreme. There are still 12 days until the alchemy conference, so Ling Xiao did not stay in the courtyard. Instead, he changed into his alchemist robe. This was a robe exclusive to divine alchemists, and not just anyone could wear it. Ling Xiao also pinned the divine alchemist badge on his chest. He could not let others think that he was a martial artist and not an alchemist. After all, this was the Tianyuan domain, and this was Palace City. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When Ling Xiao wore his martial robe, he looked strong and dignified, giving people a domineering feeling. But now that he was wearing the alchemist robe, he became a lot more scholarly, with a touch of transcendence, giving him a bit of the charm of a swindler. Ling Xiao brought Ling Fei and the others around Palace City with Zhao by acting as their guide. Although Palace City was a city within a city, it was not the slightest bit smaller than other cities. If one walked on foot, they would not be able to reach the end of the city in 10 days or half a month. However, Ling Xiao only strolled around the important areas of Palace City before heading to Tianyuan City. Now that he was here, he naturally had to familiarize himself with the environment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ling Xiao also walked around Palace City and Tianyuan City, familiarizing himself with many things. At the same time, people in Palace City and Tianyuan City also learned of the existence of Ling Xiao, the #1 divine alchemist. He was a divine alchemist from the Sky Dragon domain and the youngest one in history. He was only in his 90s, and there were still a few more years before he reached 100. He was appointed as a guest elder by the Second Hall Master and was allowed to live in Palace City. Ling Xiao could be considered to have started to become famous in Tianyuan City, and his name would gradually spread throughout the Tianyuan region in the future, becoming the idol of all alchemists in the Tianyuan region. Within Palace City, the divine alchemists of the several factions also sent people to rope in Ling Xiao, each offering temptations in hopes that Ling Xiao would join their camp and strengthen their strength. Ling Xiao politely and tactfully declined their good intentions. He used the excuse that he would return to the Sky Dragon domain in the future, making it impossible for them to persuade him to join their faction. They also couldn't be angry at Ling Xiao. Within Palace City, most people liked this new divine alchemist. After all, Ling Xiao was courteous and didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance, giving people a kind of affinity. However, there were also people who hated his existence, and Miao Qingyue was one of them. In his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a lifelong enemy. On the surface, Miao Qingyue was also courteous to others, calm and magnanimous. But in reality, he was a narrow-minded and vengeful person. Miao Qingyue and Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any deep hatred, but Yin Dai Jiao looked at Ling Xiao differently, which made Miao Qingyue unable to bear it. To him, this was simply the hatred of stealing his wife, making him want to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Of course, it was impossible for him to brazenly kill Ling Xiao here. The best way was to get Ling Xiao to leave Palace City as soon as possible, and it would be best if he could never exist in this world again. He was waiting for a good opportunity to create a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Perhaps it would be more perfect. And the existence of the Devil Tiger sect was a sharp knife that he was prepared to borrow. He felt that this knife would definitely be able to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 1379. The Alchemy Guild's alchemy competition for the younger generation had finally begun. Alchemists below the age of 5,000 had come from all over the Heaven region and were invited by the Alchemy Guild to participate in this competition. Whoever stood out in the competition would have the opportunity to interact with the 3 supreme alchemists. That was why nearly 30 alchemists from all over the Heaven region had come. This number was pitifully small when compared to the number of alchemists from all over the heaven region. The ratio was less than 1 in a million. After all, alchemy geniuses who could become a divine king within 5,000 years and reach the rank of a divine alchemist were few and far between. There were only 5 or 6 people who could reach this rank within 1,000 years, and these 5 or 6 people were the most monstrous among the divine alchemists. Miao Qingwei and Yin Dijiao would also participate in this alchemy conference. They represented the glory of the alchemy guild and couldn't lose to the other alchemists. Before the start of the meeting, the restrictions around Hall City quietly withdrew, revealing Hall City in the sky above Heavenly Origin City. Everyone in Heavenly Origin City respectfully bowed towards it, their faces filled with incomparable reverence and worship. In the eyes of the citizens, Temple City was their divine city, a place where they could live in the highest echelons of existence. The divine alchemists in the fragrant medicine tower all headed towards Palace City in high spirits. Among them, Liao Yin, Fun Jingliang, and Fun Jingxiang rushed towards Palace City together. That brat from Dragon Gate actually received an invitation from the Yin goddess and went to live in Palace City in advance. He's too hateful. We must let him know how powerful we are during this alchemy conference, Liao Yin said angrily. Half a month ago, he had been humiliated by Ling Xiao. Liao Yin still remembered it clearly. Fun Jingliang, who was standing to the side, narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Liao is right. We must let these outsiders know how powerful our local divine alchemists are." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But I've received news that he's been made a guest elder of the guild. It won't be easy to make him lose face." "What? How? How could that brat be a guest elder? Is there a mistake? We're just outer sect elders. We don't even have the qualifications to live in Palace Hall City." Liao Yin cried out in shock. Fun Jingliang replied, "Who cares? We're all elders anyway, and only those who can get into the top 3 will be able to enter the alchemy god's eyes. That's why I'm definitely going to get into the top 3 this time. When that time comes, I'll be able to become an inner sect elder, and that brat won't even be worth mentioning." Fun Jingliang's words sounded a little like he was deceiving himself. After all, Ling Xiao was able to enter Palace City ahead of time and was even made a guest elder. He must have received the guild's approval. It wouldn't be easy for him to suppress Ling Xiao. Both of them felt aggrieved and knew that it wouldn't be easy to get back at them. After the Devil Tiger sect was driven out of the city by Ling Xiao, they remained in Heavenly Origin City. Today was the day of the alchemy conference, and Jiang Tu still asked Jiang Xian to participate in the alchemy meet. After all, they only made a bet that whoever lost would be kicked out of Palace City. They didn't say that Jiang Xian couldn't participate in the alchemy conference. "Jiang Xian, you can't let anything happen to you this time. Otherwise, our Devil Tiger sect will lose all face. Those bastards from Dragon Gate will definitely hit you when you're down." Jiang Tu solemnly warned Jiang Xian. Last time, Jiang Xian had gone crazy for no reason. Jiang Tu had thought that it was strange, but he didn't notice anything strange with Jiang Xian. He thought that it was really an accident. This was their last chance. They had to get a good result and try their best to make the 3 alchemy gods look at them in a new light. At that time, they could take the opportunity to propose marriage to the 3 elders and have Indijo marry Jiang Xian. Therefore, Jiang Tu didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian nodded and said, "I'll naturally do my best. And no matter what happens in this alchemy conference, we have to do everything we can to get rid of those people from Dragon Gate. It would be best if we can get rid of that Ling Xiao. Once he gains a foothold in the alchemy union, everything will be troublesome," Jiang Tu said. At this point, Jiang Xian did not continue Jiang Tu's words. Instead, a sneer flashed across his eyes. As the alchemy conference began, Ling Xiao sat on the judge's seat. Although he was at the back of the 8 divine alchemists, it was enough to show that his status was different from the others. The main purpose of this evaluation was to evaluate the quality of the pills refined by each divine alchemist and give them a score. This was to determine the strength of each divine alchemist's alchemy skills. At the same time, they had to keep an eye on those divine alchemists to see if they cheated. In short, Ling Xiao was only sitting here as a judge. However, compared to before, it was much better for him to compete with these divine alchemists. After all, Ling Xiao was also a proud person. He felt that he was already half a step into the realm of alchemy god. Competing with these new divine alchemists was simply bullying them. He even felt a little embarrassed. When Liao Yin, Fun Jingliang, and the people from the Devil Tiger sect saw Ling Xiao sitting on the judge's seat, they were all stunned. They knew that Ling Xiao had been appointed as a guest elder by the Alchemy Union. At that time, they all thought that Ling Xiao had passed the Alchemy Union's test and was allowed to join the Alchemy Union. However, they didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao join the Alchemy Union, but he also didn't need to participate in this alchemy conference. What did this prove? Needless to say, he had already walked in front of all the young divine alchemists and obtained the qualifications to be on equal footing with the old divine alchemists of the Alchemy Union. He didn't need to compete with them for rankings. From this, it could be seen that Ling Xiao was highly regarded by the Alchemy Union. Liao Yin and Fen Jingliang's hearts went cold. If Ling Xiao specifically targeted them, how could they still have a good ending? After all, the two of them could only be considered outer sect elders of the Alchemy Union. Their status in the guild wasn't considered high. Thinking up to here, they thought that they had to repair their relationship with Ling Xiao no matter what. The people from the Devil Tiger sect were also shocked, but they weren't afraid of Ling Xiao taking revenge on them. At most, they would only make this operation fail. After all, they weren't people from the Tianyuan region and weren't bound by the Alchemy Union. It was just that they felt that it wouldn't be easy for them to regain their face. The entire alchemy conference was divided into 3 competition stages. The first was to find the materials needed for a specific pill as fast as possible from among the many materials. This was to test the divine alchemist's familiarity with the pill recipe. It looked simple, but it was to test the importance of a person's foundation. The second was to compete in the skill of controlling fire, to see whose ability to control fire was more exquisite. Among the obstacles set up, who could use the most accurate and fastest power of fire to break through. This could show an alchemist's ability to control pill refining techniques. The last was to compete in who could refine the most perfect divine pill on top of the specified pill. This was the main event of the alchemy conference. After passing these 3 stages, the champion, second, and third places of this grand competition would be decided. The other rankings would not be taken into account for now. After 3 days of competition, not only did Ndgao become the direct disciple of one of the 3 supreme divine alchemists, but she also seized the first place. The second place fell to a young alchemist, less than 1,000 years old from the Heaven Sparrow Domain's Yin clan, Yin Yang. The third place went to Miao Qingyue, and Jiang Xian could only settle for 4th place. Fun Jingliang was ranked average, and Liao Yin was almost at the bottom. The pills he refined were only half-finished products. In these few days, Ling Xiao sat close to Guanxia and chatted with him quite congenially. Guanxia knew how to conduct himself and didn't have any intention of trying to rope in Ling Xiao. He only treated him as a friend despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao had also learned a lot about the medicine guild from Guanxia that others didn't know about. He also had a good impression of Guanxia in his heart. He might have to take care of this person in the future. At the end of the alchemy conference, the chief judge, divine alchemist Tunguji, bestowed great rewards to the top 3. The other divine alchemists also received some divine materials as a reward. Yin Yang and Jiang Xian were informed that they would have the opportunity to receive an audience with Third Home Master, Zhuo Xinghong. This caused the other divine alchemists to be incomparably envious. However, Yin Yang and Jiang Xian didn't feel excited to be able to pay a visit to Zhuo Xinghong. This was because their respective masters were also divine alchemists. They only paid a visit to Zhuo Xinghong because they wanted to mention the matter of marriage. After all, Ndgao was the goddess in every man's heart. Everyone wanted to marry her, wanting to obtain both wealth and beauty. Jiang Xian was already under Ling Zhao's control. When he faced Zhuo Xinghong, he was only perfunctory and didn't mention the matter of marriage. On the other hand, Yin Yang went straight to the point. One had to know that the Yin clan was one of the ancient clans, and their strength was extraordinary as well. They were existences that could compete with the Kim people and the Devil Tiger clan. They had lived in the Heavenly Sparrow region for a long time, and their clansmen were mainly of the fire attribute. However, there were many clansmen who were alchemists, and the Yin clan's ancestor was a genuine divine alchemist. Yin Yang was able to reach this step at such a young age because of his guidance. He could condense 2 divine pills at a time, and his strength was comparable to Yin Dgao's. He was even stronger than Miao Qingwei. Yin Yang also believed that he was qualified to be with Yin Dgao. The Yin clan and the Medicine Union had joined hands. As for the result of this marriage proposal, Ling Xiao found out from Jiang Xian that Zhuo Xinghong quite appreciated Yin Yang. Moreover, the Yin clan was indeed comparable to their Medicine Union, so he decided to let Yin Yang stay for the time being and give him a chance to interact with Yin Dgao. As for whether or not he could capture Yin Dgao's heart, it would depend on Yin Yang's ability. After Zhuo Xinghong received the 2 of them, he also received Ling Xiao. Zhuo Xinghong found out about Ling Xiao's existence from his second senior brother, and heard his second senior brother praising this young man endlessly, so he also wanted to test Ling Xiao. In the end, Zhuo Xinghong was also convinced by Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy, which was comparable to his own. He also agreed with his second senior brother's praise of Ling Xiao, and gave Ling Xiao extremely high praise. Chapter 1380. Ling Xiao had already met 2 of the 3 elders of the sovereign alchemy god. As for Sangyang, who was ranked first, he was currently the number 1 person in the entire realm of heaven. This was not referring to his martial strength, but his alchemy level. Amongst the limited number of sovereign alchemy gods in the realm of heaven, he was definitely the number 1 person. If not for Sangyang, the Medicine Alliance would definitely not have developed to its current scale. He was a person who had lived since ancient times. His strength had long reached the peak of the high-level sovereign, and he was the only alchemy god on the sovereign list. It was definitely not easy for the alchemy god to reach the high-level sovereign level. This number 1 alchemy god was the idol of all alchemists, and was revered and worshipped by all alchemists. However, other than a few people in the guild who had seen this number 1 alchemist, it was almost impossible for others to see him. He had already ignored the affairs of the world for many years. Right now, all the matters were handled by Duke Lianhao and Zhuo Xinghong, and the 2 of them had also delegated their authority to the other divine alchemists. They only paid attention to some of the major matters. It was not that Ling Xiao had to see Sangyang. He just wanted to communicate with this true number 1 person in the realm of heaven and see the difference in the level of the other party's alchemy skills. After Ling Xiao bade farewell to Zhuo Xinghong, he went to the auction held by the guild. This auction was definitely not ordinary. This was an auction open to all the superpowers in the heavenly realm, and ordinary god kings did not even have the qualifications to enter. The divine objects they were auctioning were all priceless. Without sufficient backing, it was almost impossible to auction away the divine objects from here. The auction here was different from other auction venues. There were no gathering seats here. It was in a circular building. The most spacious central area was the auction venue, which was only for the auctioneer and the attendants to auction and display the items. There were many windows in the surroundings, which were all blocked by power, so the things inside could not be seen. These were the special boxes for the auction. There were a total of 5 floors, with 80 boxes on each floor. In other words, there were only 400 seats here for the 400 forces or individuals to come in and auction the divine items. Moreover, whoever auctioned the divine items did not need to worry about being discovered by others. In this way, they did not need to be too afraid of being targeted by others, lest they were robbed and killed by others outside. Therefore, the forces that were auctioning here were very at ease to bid. They didn't need to be afraid of being hated by others. As a guest elder, it was not difficult for Ling Xiao to get a private room here. After all, There would always be a place reserved for their own guild members. It was just that no one usually came to these seats, so they were always empty. Ping Yi, on the other hand, found Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao reached the private room on the top floor, he could immediately sense the people from the Devil Tiger sect nearby. They obviously did not know that Ling Fei and the others had already quietly returned to the Sky Dragon domain. When Ling Xiao controlled Jiang Xian, it could be said that he knew the whereabouts of those people from the Devil Tiger sect like the back of his hand. He knew that they still hadn't given up. When the auction is over, your lives will be over. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. While others were scheming against him, he was also scheming against others in his heart. Moreover, he knew their plans, but they didn't know his thoughts. This was already an advantage. The auction began, and a beautiful woman leisurely walked into the center of the auction house. This beautiful auctioneer was dressed in revealing clothes, and her voluptuous figure attracted the gazes of all the perverts in the private rooms at first glance. Her ice skin exuded a faint luster, carrying an endless allure, and her pair of beautiful eyes that rippled with spring water could even transmit a kind of primitive feeling that made people restless. She was Miao Qingyue's beloved servant, Xin Chanhua, with the strength of a low-level god king. She was indeed the most suitable person to host the auction. Her coquettish manner could indeed ignite the entire audience. One by one, the high-level god king began to appear in front of everyone, and many forces began to bid. In this spacious auction venue, the clamor of bidding was endless. Ling Xiao could be considered to have seen quite a few precious divine items. There were a few times when he made a move, but he was always at a loss because of evil feather. Although he was relatively rich, it was still somewhat insufficient in front of these big powers. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to pay too much of a price. He would only make a move when he encountered something that was truly tempting. Indeed, not long after, 3 stalks of top-notch lunar soul divine grass appeared, making him pleasantly surprised. This was a rare divine grass targeted at the divine soul. It was a precious divine grass that even a half-incipient God Realm expert desperately needed. Ling Xiao participated in the intense bidding. He swore to get this lunar soul grass no matter what. After a round of bidding, he finally won it by a fluke with a price that surpassed everyone's. After that, many other strange divine items appeared, and even supreme divine items appeared. That auction price even reached a level that made people flinch. Ling Xiao also participated in the bidding. In the end, he could only win 1 stalk of supreme divine grass, and the price was not cheap. In the end, the finale items were all supreme divine items, and their auction prices were even more shocking. When the supreme God pellet appeared, everyone started to fight for it. The price was much higher than what Ling Xiao had bought before. It wasn't something that ordinary forces could buy. Ling Xiao thought that the supreme God pellet was the last divine item. He didn't expect that there would be a supreme divine item that Ling Xiao had to win before the end of the auction. The next item is the last divine item of the day. Everyone, take a look at what it is. Xin Chanhua kept everyone in suspense. She threw a flirtatious look at the windows of the surrounding boxes. She clapped her hands, and an attendant brought the item up. When the attendant pulled the red cloth away, a dazzling 5-colored light soared into the sky, dazzling the eyes of all the people in the private rooms. When they calmed down and saw that divine item, they couldn't help but scream. Is that a 5-colored divine heaven stone? Why is it being auctioned? That's right. This is definitely a 5-colored divine heaven stone that will only appear in a 5-elemental barrier. This is an item that protects a sect, yet the guild is actually auctioning it off. That's unbelievable. I'm afraid the price won't be low. How extravagant. I wonder if we'll be able to get it. All right. We'll definitely get this 5-color divine heaven stone, even if we have to use up all our divine crystals. Name a starting price. The 5-color divine heaven stone was an extremely rare divine item that could only be nurtured in a 5-elemental barrier in outer space. A 5-color divine heaven stone could be used to stabilize a sect and gather the power of the 5 elements. As a result, The energy of the world and origin energy within the sect would be much denser and purer than the energy gathered by energy-gathering formations. Any superpower would want a 5-color divine heavenstone like this. As long as they could obtain it, the number of god kings in their faction would definitely increase, allowing their faction to grow rapidly. Apart from that, it also had another effect that could tempt even a sovereign. That was, one could absorb any of its origin energy to strengthen their divine power. It had to be known that a 5-color divine heavenstone was enough for 5 sovereigns of different attributes to absorb separately. It was extremely difficult for a sovereign to increase their power by even a little. Who knew how long it would take? The 5-color divine heavenstone was a great supplement for sovereigns. However, this 5-color divine heavenstone wasn't very big, so its power probably wasn't as much as one would imagine. However, for Ling Xiao, who wanted to break through to the sovereign realm, this was definitely the most suitable supreme divine item for him to use. If he missed out on this 5-color divine heavenstone, who knew how many years he would have to wait before he could break through to the sovereign realm. Therefore, he had to obtain this 5-color divine heavenstone, even if he had to use the treasures he had obtained from Hunfeng. Since everyone has recognized this is the 5-color divine heavenstone, let's start the auction. The starting price is 10 billion divine crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1 billion divine crystals. Xin Shenhua twisted her waist and said in a sweet voice, 10 billion divine crystals was a little low for the 5-color divine heavenstone, but this was only the starting price. As soon as Xin Shenhua's voice fell, someone immediately made a bid. I bid 15 billion. Adding 5 billion divinity crystals at once was definitely not a small number. Soon after, others joined the ranks of the bidding, and the price rose steadily. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. If it was just his personal divine crystals, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take out 10 billion divine crystals. However, in the blink of an eye, the price had reached tens of billions of divine crystals. It had simply surpassed the price of a supreme divinity pill. When the price reached 30 billion divine crystals, there were indeed fewer voices bidding. This was already enough to make many forces flinch. When the price reached 35 billion divine crystals, Ling Xiao finally joined the bidding. He raised the price to 40 billion divine crystals as soon as he opened his mouth, looking as though he was determined to win. Who dares to compete with me? Bring it on. Ling Xiao roared fiercely in his heart. He could also use the Supreme Divinity Pill to break through to the Supreme Divinity stage, but Ling Xiao didn't want to do so. Using medicinal pills to break through would always have some side effects. However, the 5-color divine heavenstone was different. It was the most original power and wouldn't contain any impurities. It was definitely the best divine item for him to break through to the Supreme Divinity stage. As long as he could break through to the Supreme Divinity stage, he felt that any price he had to pay now would be worth it. When that time came, it would be a piece of cake for him to earn divine crystals with his strength. 40 billion divine crystals wasn't the highest price, so someone raised the price again. In the end, Ling Xiao ruthlessly increased the price from 44 billion divine crystals to 60 billion divine crystals. This price had already far surpassed the price of a supreme divinity pill. What a lunatic! 60 billion divine crystals can form a divine crystal array, enough for dozens of god kings to absorb and advance. Even a supreme divinity stage cultivator would be able to increase his strength by a lot if he slowly refined it. He's actually willing to take it out? Someone in a private room cursed angrily. Exactly. This 5-color divine heavenstone is so small. It's not worth 60 billion divine crystals at all. Forget it. I'm not fighting for it. Chapter 1381. After obtaining the 5-color divine heavenstone, Ling Xiao was almost wild with joy. He had the energy crystal of the origin beast, which was also a supreme divine material. With this 5-color divine heavenstone, as long as he slowly refined them, he would be able to reach the supreme being realm soon. If he only had the Genesis crystal, with his body that could absorb a huge amount of energy, he would only be able to reach the half-incipient God realm at most. Now that he had the five-color divine heaven stone, he could step into the Supreme Being realm in one step. After all, his true body was already at the peak of the divine king realm, and his God soul had also reached the half-incipient God realm. It could be said that his foundation had already been laid. A lot of blood, but it's worth it. Ling Xiao gently caressed the five-color divine heaven stone and felt its vast energy, making him wish that he could immediately split it and absorb it. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He put it away and waited until everyone had left the auction house before he walked out. However, he hadn't gone far when he heard someone call out to him, "Elder Ling, please wait." Ling Xiao turned his head nervously and saw Miao Qingwei and Sin Chunhua walking towards him. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Miao Qingwei and said, "So it's Elder Miao. What's the matter?" Having just obtained the five-color divine heaven stone, Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry that it would be robbed by others. He was a little too vigilant. This was the palace city, and no one dared to be presumptuous here. Miao Qingwei enthusiastically said, "It's no big deal. It's just that I know that Elder Ling has just arrived in our Tianyuan district, so I would like to invite Elder Ling to take a stroll around. You might not know this, but there is an ancient mountain range outside our Tianyuan city. There are many divine materials there. In 2 days, our guild will be leading a batch of new disciples out to gain experience. When that time comes, Junior Sister Tsinyin and I will be going. I wonder if Elder Ling is interested in joining us?" Sin Chunhua also said in a tender voice, "We are just helping those young disciples keep watch and looking for some divine materials. There are often high-grade divine materials there." Sin Chunhua's mesmerizing eyes continued to scrutinize Ling Xiao. Her heart was filled with love as she said, "What a handsome little guy. He's even more charming than Senior Brother Miao. No wonder even Junior Sister Yin is moved." "Is that so? Since Elder Miao has invited us, then let's go together." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He could feel Miao Qingyue's dissatisfaction towards him. Even though he concealed it very well, the hatred in his eyes couldn't deceive him. As he was a peak god king with the competence to fight half-incipient god realm experts, he wasn't afraid of Miao Qingyue's tricks. "Then it's settled," Miao Qingyue said happily. "Yeah, I just joined the guild, so of course I have to serve the guild." Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Well said. Elder Ling, looks like we have to get closer in the future." Miao Qingyue said with a smile. After talking for a while, the two of them separated. On the way back, Ling Xiao sneered and muttered to himself, "I hope you don't make a mistake. Otherwise, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless." Miao Qingyue looked at the Ling Xiao, who had already walked far away, and smeared a ruthless expression as he said, "Want to blame someone? Blame yourself for not being tactful. A few days later will be your death anniversary." He paused for a moment and then said, "Truly a pity. Such a young divine alchemist, and also a Sinjin of Goguryeo. He also deserved to die. Who asked him to snatch little sister Smoke Goddess from Senior Brother?" Sin Chunhua chimed in at the side. Miao Qingyue didn't respond to her words, but said, "In a while, go invite the Devil Tiger Sex people to come see me. Whether that brat dies or not, it will still depend on whether they have this ability." Miao Qingyue's vicious scheme to kill with a borrowed knife against Ling Xiao began. It was just that he didn't know that he really found the wrong knife. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Miao Qingyue had indeed gathered a group of disciples to go out and gain experience. It wasn't a big deal for disciples to go out and gain experience. Every divine alchemist had the right to let them go out and increase their combat strength, search for some spirit herbs, and increase their survival experience. After all, although alchemists mainly focused on alchemy, it was also necessary to increase their combat strength and increase their ability to stand on their own. It was just that these disciples were all very young and their strength was still very weak. They could only train outside the ancient mountain range. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine for the Holy Emperor's guards to come out and take charge. However, Miao Qingyue brought Sin Chunhua and a few Divine King level elders out to lead the team. This caused those disciples to be overwhelmed by the favor. They all hoped that they could be taken in by Miao Qingyue as a disciple. No matter what, Miao Qingyue was the number 2 figure in the previous generation of the guild, and he was also a divine alchemist. As for Ling Xiao, none of these disciples knew of him yet. Otherwise, they would definitely hope that Ling Xiao would take a fancy to them. Elder Ling, it's your first time in the Tianyuan region. You might have to stay here for a long time in the future. You should properly familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. Miao Qingyue approached Ling Xiao's side and said familiarly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Elder Miao is right. We should indeed properly familiarize ourselves with it. However, I've learned that the divine herbs in the nearby Myriad Maple Mountain range have already been mostly harvested by the predecessors. I've never heard of anyone being able to find high-level divine herbs. Miao Qingyue and Sichuanhua's expressions changed slightly. Miao Qingyue hurriedly concealed it and laughed. Those people are just ignorant. There really are many divine herbs in the depths of the Myriad Maple Mountain range. Could it be that I'm lying to you? Haha. I also feel that senior apprentice Brother Miao's words are correct. Ling Xiao gave Miao Qingyue a rather meaningful look. Miao Qingyue was somewhat scared by Ling Xiao's gaze. He wondered if his plan had been guessed by Ling Xiao. He hurriedly found an excuse to turn around and talk to Miao Chunhua. Miao Qingyue inexplicably felt somewhat apprehensive. He felt that Ling Xiao's gaze was too sharp. If Ling Xiao knew of his plan and got rid of him first, wouldn't that be bad luck? Thinking up to this point, Miao Qingyue planned to quickly find a way to escape once he reached the destination, lest any accidents happened and the gains did not make up for the losses. The Myriad Maple Mountain range wasn't far from Tianyuan City. With Ling Xiao's strength as a god king, he should be able to arrive in 2 days if he flew at full speed. However, they had to escort these disciples, so it took them more than half a month to reach the Myriad Maple Mountain range. Needless to say, the reason why this mountain range was called the Myriad Maple Mountain range was because there were many maple trees that were over 1,000 years old, and there were even many maple trees that were over 10,000 years old. However, these were top-notch materials for construction, as well as top-notch materials for refining wood attribute spirit artifacts. Ling Xiao and the others came to the sky and looked around. They saw a vast expanse of red, looking extremely vast and magnificent. Miao Qingyue had the others bring the disciples to the periphery to train first, and then he and Ling Xiao went straight into the depths. All right, let's split up and search for the divine grass here. Otherwise, it'll be hard to distribute the divine grass we found together, Miao Qingyue suggested. Sin Chunhua echoed. That's right. If we find the divine grass, it won't be good to distribute it evenly. We'll split up and rely on our own methods. However, if anyone can't find the divine grass, they can go back first. In any case, Elder Ling should know the way back, and there's no need to worry about those disciples with others taking care of them. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. That's not very good, right? What if we encounter a high-level saint beast? I'm a little stronger than you guys, so I can take care of your safety. If we split up, I won't be able to help. I think it's better if I go with you guys. When the time comes, we can just split the divine grass as much as possible. How could Ling Xiao not know that they wanted to slip away? He didn't want them to succeed so easily. Miao Qingyue quickly replied, There's no need for that. Although we're not as good at fighting as Elder Ling, we still have some ability to protect ourselves. Moreover, we're more familiar with the terrain of the Myriad Maple Mountain range. It's better to split up. That's right. If Elder Ling is worried, then I'll stay with Senior Brother Miao. This way, we can take care of each other. What do you think, Elder Ling? Sin Chunhua echoed. So it's like that. Then I don't know much about this 10,000 Maple Mountain range. I don't know where the divine grass is. Why don't I go back and stand guard for those disciples? In any case, the divine grass can be exchanged back in the city, Ling Xiao said with a helpless expression. Miao Qingyue couldn't help becoming anxious. If Ling Xiao really did this, then wouldn't his plan be ruined? Elder Ling, you've already come. You can't just go back like this. I heard that someone once discovered a top-notch flame spiral vine over there. However, there's a 10th-tier flame holy beast guarding it. Ordinary people have no way of obtaining it. Miao Qingwei pointed in a direction in the depths and said, he clearly wanted to use the flame spiral vine to lure Ling Xiao to search for it, so that he could fall into his trap. Ling Xiao also couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He pretended to be hesitant and said, okay, then I'll go see if there's a flame spiral vine or not. You two have to be careful. If something happens, it'll be hard for me to explain when I return. Rest assured, Elder Ling. We'll be fine. Miao Qingwei hurriedly responded. Yeah, we've been here many times. Elder Ling can rest assured and go search for that flame spiral vine. Sun Chunhua responded from the side, who knew that Ling Xiao said another sentence. Why don't Elder Miao bring me over? If there's really a flame spiral vine, I can also share a bit with you. Miao Qingwei threw out a sentence. Elder Ling, you go look for it yourself. I'm going to go look for the divine grass that I need. Finished talking, he didn't say anything more to Ling Xiao and hurriedly sped off in a direction. Sun Chunhua wasn't slow either. She smiled at Ling Xiao and also immediately chased after Miao Qingyue's direction. I'll spare your lives first. You'll be in for a treat later, Ling Xiao said with a cold smile as he looked at their departing figures. Ling Xiao had Jiang Xian, this spy. He knew the whereabouts of those devil tiger sect people like the back of his hand. And Ling Xiao already knew about the matter of Miao Qingyue and the devil tiger sect discussion long ago. He naturally made preparations since he dared to come here with Miao Qingyue. Others wanted to kill him. How could he not want to get rid of this potential enemy? Ling Xiao didn't head in the direction that Miao Qingyue pointed. Instead, he landed on a mountain peak and started to sense Jiang Xian's existence. He gave Jiang Xian instructions and carried out his counterplan. Now, the show had just begun. Chapter 1382. The Devil Tiger Sect's people had arrived at the myriad Maple Mountain Range earlier than Ling Xiao's group. All of them had concealed their auras and were in hiding. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover their traces at all. Jiang Tu and Miao Qingwei had each other's sound transmission stones. They could communicate here and know each other's whereabouts. When Miao Qingwei transmitted his voice to Jiang Tu immediately called out to the others to prepare to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Previously, they had also heard from Miao Qingwei that Ling Fei's group had rushed back to the Sky Dragon territory during the alchemy conference. This made them feel that it was a great pity. Otherwise, they would definitely capture and kill Ling Fei's group to vent their hatred. Now that Ling Fei's group wasn't here, killing Ling Xiao was also very important to them. Otherwise, if the Medicine Union and Dragon Gate became allies, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Devil Tiger sect. Elder 2, since Ling Xiao is here, there's no need to be anxious. I think there's a better plan, Jiang Xian said. Jiang Tu looked at Jiang Xian in astonishment and said, What plan? Tell me. First of all, getting rid of Ling Xiao might be a way to vent our anger. It's definitely necessary to get rid of an outstanding young divine alchemist from the Heavenly Dragon sect. But the Heavenly Dragon sect's people will definitely guess that it was us who did it. At that time, it will inevitably lead to a confrontation between our two sections. I have a plan that can make the Heavenly Dragon sect's people not suspect us and also make the Medicine Union hate us, said Jiang Xian. Oh, hurry up and say it, Jiang Tu said with great interest. The others also revealed curious expressions. Clearly, they were very concerned about this proposal. Jiang Xian said, We'll first kill Miao Qingwei and then shift the blame to Ling Xiao. This way, the Medicine Union and Dragon Gate will definitely be irreconcilable. I know that Miao Qingwei is the chief disciple of Third Hall Master Zhuo Wenhong. If something happens to his disciple, he definitely won't turn a blind eye. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Jiang Xian's brilliant plan to actually include his partner. This might be a little risky. Jiang Tu was a little worried. If the Jizun really wanted to go all out to find the real culprit, then there would definitely be a way. He was afraid that this plan would fail and instead offend the Medicine Alliance, which would not be worth it. This won't be a problem. As long as one of us disguises as Ling Xiao and kills them, it won't be easy for even a supreme being to track us down. Moreover, we can also kill Ling Xiao and create the illusion that they killed each other. Then, it will be foolproof. Jiang Xian continued. Jiang too was tempted. After all, the members of the Demon Tiger sect were all vicious and merciless individuals. They would not hold back just because the other party was from the Medicine Alliance. The key was how to reduce unnecessary trouble. At this time, someone spoke up. I think Jiang Xian's words make sense. In any case, Miao Qinghua wants Ling Xiao to die, so it's not surprising that he was killed by Ling Xiao. At that time, as long as we erase some traces, no one will know that we did it. This is definitely the best of both worlds. That's right, Elder 2, we can't let go of this great opportunity. Jiang Xian continued to persuade. Jiang Tu hesitated for a moment before a glint flashed across his eyes. All right, let's do as you say, but we must do it flawlessly. We must not leave any traces behind. The temptation of Jiang Xian's method was too great. Once it succeeded, it could create a hostile relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Medicine Alliance. At that time, when the two great powers fought, their strength would be reduced, and this was definitely the best thing for their Demon Tiger sect. After a round of discussion, the people of the Demon Tiger sect sent a Peak Divine King to disguise himself as Ling Xiao and let him kill Miao Qinghua. Remember, this matter can only be successful. Before the Peak Divine King was about to set off, Jiang Tu specially instructed him. Yes, Elder Tuesday. That guy is only a middle-stage Divine King. I'll kill him like a chicken. The Peak Divine King responded and rushed in the direction of Miao Qinghua. After Miao Qinghua and Xin Chunfeng were far away from Ling Xiao, they stopped on a mountain and passed the news of Ling Xiao to the people of the Demon Tiger sect, asking them to chase after Ling Xiao. I hope that bastard will never see tomorrow's sun, Miao Qinghua said with a ruthless expression. Senior brother, this time, Ling Xiao should be dead for sure. Even if he is the Sinjin of Goguryeo from the Dragon Gate, he will definitely not be able to escape from the pursuit of the Demon Tiger sect, Xin Chunhua said from the side. At the same time, her graceful body moved towards Miao Qinghua and wrapped around her senior brother's body like a snake. Miao Qinghua wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his head in her plump breasts, enjoying the softness as he said, I don't want any accidents to happen, and I hope that the people from the Devil Tiger sect don't disappoint me. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao escapes, we will be in big trouble, and he will suspect us. Xin Chunhua's chest was pressed down by Miao Qinghua's face, and a wave of love instantly rippled. Her delicate face instantly became flushed, and her anxious expression was immediately revealed. She hugged Miao Qinghua's head and said while panting, Senior brother, I don't think the Demon Tiger sect will be so useless. Don't they have a half-incipient God Realm expert? It's impossible that even a half-incipient God Realm expert can't take down that Ling Xiao. Miao Qinghua laughed and said, You're right, that bastard Ling Xiao must die. No one can snatch my junior sister Yin away. After saying that, he tore Xin Chunhua's clothes, revealing her white body and her two dazzling eyeballs. When Xin Chunhua heard Miao Qinghua mention Yin Dai Jiao, she was unhappy, but she was already rippling like spring water. She also tore Miao Qinghua's clothes and said coquettishly, Oh, senior brother, hurry up and love me. She twisted her snake-like body. Her plump breasts, delicate waist, and round buttocks added a touch of spring to the maple forest between the mountains. Miao Qinghua grabbed Xin Chunhua's plump buttocks and lifted her up. He grinned fiendishly and said, Junior sister Yin, senior brother is happy today. You can scream and cheer as much as you want. Miao Qinghua treated Xin Chunhua as a substitute for Yin Dai Jiao, and his lower body fiercely pierced into Xin Chunhua's flower stream that had long since become a disaster. Xin Chunhua was naturally obscene. After being done by Miao Qinghua like this, her obscene cries echoed in the maple forest, sounding very comfortable. The battle between the two of them was especially intense. They were not worried about being disturbed by spirit beasts or other people at all. After all, they were divine kings. All of their senses were abnormally sensitive. They would be aware of even the slightest movement of grass in the wind. Moreover, when they chose this mountain peak, they had already used their divine senses to observe the surrounding situation. They knew that there were no dangers or other people here, which was why they stopped here. However, although they were cautious, they still did not expect a dangerous aura to quietly approach them. The peak divine king of the Devil Tiger sect had already used a secret technique to completely conceal his aura. This peak divine king was called Yin Mo Fu, and he was one of the lower-ranked Sinjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon domain. He was good at using swords and was an expert in assassination. After he approached the mountain where Miao Qingwei and Xin Chunhua were at an extremely fast speed, he carefully walked towards them. Yin Mo Fu had just arrived 1,000 meters away from the two of them. Through the obstruction of layers of maple trees, he saw the two of them desperately copulating, which made his lustful eyes shine. TSK, this adulterous couple is really bold and unrestrained. They are actually scheming against others while still having fun here. Yin Mo Fu mocked in his heart. Then he thought, but this little girl's soft skin and tender flesh is really delicious. It would be a pity to kill her. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His figure moved quickly, and he instantly pounced forward like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he directly attacked the back of Miao Qingyue's head, who was desperately using his strength. Miao Qingyue was a mid-level divine king, and his battle strength was only average among those of the same level. Xin Chunhua was even worse than him, as she only had the strength of a low-level divine king. In order to not let their plan be exposed, they did not bring anyone else with them. As a result, they could not even react in time to Yin Mo Fu's assassination. Yin Mo Fu was the Sunjin of Goguryeo, and his strength was already at the peak of the divine king realm. Assassinating two people who were too far below him was really a piece of cake for him. Miao Qingyue was at the peak of his excitement, and his face was full of refreshment. When he sensed danger approaching, Yin Mo Fu's sword had already pierced into the back of his head. Then, his sword's momentum changed, and Miao Qingyue's head was split into two. He really didn't know it, even if he died. A pool of fresh blood splashed on Xin Chunhua's delicate face, and she immediately screamed in fright. How could she have imagined that someone would try to assassinate them here? Moreover, before they could react, her senior brother had died in her arms just like that. Looking at Miao Qingyue, who had already lost his head, she almost vomited. Xin Chunhua flung Miao Qingyue's body away, and her entire person hurriedly retreated. She looked at Yin Mo Fu, her face full of shock. You are from the Devil Tiger sect. Why do you want to kill us? Xin Chunhua questioned. She and her senior brother had contacted the people from the Devil Tiger sect to kill Ling Xiao. Now, they didn't go to kill Ling Xiao, but instead came to kill them. This made her extremely panicked. Haha, since you've recognized me, then stay behind and accompany this king to have some fun. Yin Mo Fu laughed lewdly and instantly flew over, grabbing Xin Chunhua's neck. He then said, "Don't resist. Maybe I can spare your life." At the same time, he used his qi to tear his clothes apart, and the sinister thing on his lower body ruthlessly pierced into Xin Chunhua's uncovered lower body. Xin Chunhua knew that in front of him, she simply couldn't withstand a single blow, and simply didn't make any pointless resistance. Instead, she let go and did her best to cater to him, hoping that he would really let her go. Not bad, not bad. Truly exciting. Yin Mo Fu continuously grabbed Xin Chunhua's plump area as he laughed heartily. Xin Chunhua's desire rippled as she said, "My lord, as long as you're comfortable, Chunhua will follow my lord and serve you in the future." Okay. Yin Mo Fu casually replied. They didn't know that there was a pair of cold eyes staring at them from the shadows, and an invisible force was attacking them. Chapter 1383. Yin Mo Fu was just like Miao Qingwei, enjoying this passionate moment to his heart's content. Of course, he wouldn't let Sin Chunhua go, but before that he had to have a good time. However, he didn't know that he was about to follow in Miao Qingwei's footsteps. No, he was much better than Miao Qingwei. At least, he didn't have to die immediately. Two invisible soul-locking spells invaded Yin Mo Fu's and Sin Chunhua's god souls. Yin Mo Fu's god soul power was strong, but under the god soul power of a half-incipient god realm, it still wasn't enough. Moreover, he was still in a state of excitement. He didn't have a bit of vigilance, so it wasn't difficult to be controlled. Needless to say, Sin Chunhua, a low-level god king, simply had no room to resist and was controlled. In the distance, a hidden figure passed on a specific message to them, and then quietly left. The two of them were still in an endless and intense movement. Not long after, a few silhouettes dashed over from a direction. These people were the god kings who came out with Miao Qingyue's group. They were protecting those disciples and didn't follow Miao Qingyue's group here. That person just now seemed to be heading this way. How did he disappear? The person leading them murmured. Immediately after, he spread out his divine consciousness and immediately sensed a strange aura nearby. He brought the others and quickly approached the mountain below. Isn't that woman Elder Sin Chunhua? Who is that man? A god king of the Medicine Alliance cried out in surprise. She should be together with Elder Miao, another person said. Through the maple forest, they could already see the two people who were engaged in a naked fight below. Everyone's expression became a little strange. Immediately after, the leader scanned a few times and his eyes fixed on a corpse. His expression instantly changed. Adulterous couple. The leading peak god king shouted and stabbed the two people below with his long spear. Following this peak god king's attack, the others also attacked at the same time. Yin Mo Fu and Sin Chunhua showed panic and resisted. What are you guys doing? I'm from the Devil Tiger sect. Yin Ma Fu was the Sun Jin kingdom of Goguryeo. His reaction wasn't slow either. He left Sin Chunhua's body and shouted. Sin Chunhua cried out in alarm. Elder Wuching, quickly kill this pervert. He killed Senior Brother Miao. What? Damn it. The person called Elder Wuching cursed loudly and made everyone summon their holy beast to surround and attack Yin Mo Fu. Yin Ma Fu didn't seem to be a match for these people. Very quickly, he was heavily injured and restrained by the people from the Medicine Alliance. Wu Qing glared fiercely at Yin Mo Fu before hurrying over to see if the headless corpse was really Miao Qingwei. Sure enough, after taking a few glances at the corpse, he was immediately sure that the person who died was Miao Qingwei. Bastard, you bastards actually plotted to kill Elder Miao. You deserve to die. Wu Qing cursed angrily, wanting to kill the two of them on the spot. However, he was stopped by another person. Elder Wuching, don't be impulsive. This matter is of great importance. We must bring them back for the palace master to deal with. After pausing for a moment, he said, I recognize this person. He is indeed from the Devil Tiger sect. Let's listen to what Elderson has to say first. That's right. I didn't murder Senior Brother. Senior Brother and I were childhood friends, and he is my man. How could I plot to harm him? It was him, the people from the Devil Tiger sect, who wanted to kill Senior Brother Miao and humiliated me. They also wanted to kill Elder Ling Xiao and destroy the future foundation of our guild. If you don't believe me, you can use the soul-searching technique to confirm all of this. Wu Qing hesitated for a moment before saying, Quick, tie him up first and cripple his strength. Immediately return to the guild and gather the other elders. We must not let them succeed. Wu Qing realized the urgency of the situation. He had to send this news back to the guild as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to stop the palace master from punishing him. After all, Miao Qingwei was the direct disciple of the third palace master. To actually be killed by someone from the Devil Tiger sect in his own territory was a huge matter. If they couldn't take down the people from the Devil Tiger sect, their Medicine Alliance guild would lose all face. As a peak divine king, He couldn't make the decision on this matter. He could only send this matter back as soon as possible and let the higher-ups make a decision. Wu Qing first got people to bring Yin Mo Fu and Xin Chunhua back to the guild at top speed, and then he brought 2 people to immediately escort the disciples back. If the Devil Tiger sect really wanted to exterminate these disciples, it would be a huge matter. Although these disciples weren't strong yet, they were the disciples and grand disciples of many godly apothecaries. He couldn't afford to bear such a crime. When the Devil Tiger sect Jiang Tu and the others asked Yin Mo Fu to chase after Miao Qingwei, they went in another direction to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Didn't you say that bastard went this way? Why haven't I sensed his aura yet? Jiang Tu said impatiently. According to the information that Miao Qingwei gave him, Ling Zhao should have gone in this direction. However, they didn't find anyone even after rushing for quite a while. They couldn't help but suspect that Ling Zhao wasn't coming this way. If they couldn't find Ling Zhao, then wouldn't their plan be ruined? At this time, Zhang Xian said again, "The area here is so big, and our divine sense is unable to penetrate every corner of this maple forest. If Ling Zhao went in another direction, we won't be able to find him at all. I think we should split into 3 groups and search in 3 different directions. I'm sure we can find him that way. That Ling Zhao is the Sinjin of Goguryeo. I'm afraid it's not good to split up," said the God King with the braid. "Are you stupid? Ling Zhao is the Sinjin of Goguryeo, but we have Elder Jiang Tu and the others of the half-incipient God realm. How could Ling Zhao be their opponent? Don't boost his prestige and destroy our own confidence," Jiang Xian said discontentedly. Jiang Tu hesitated for a while and then said, "It's a good idea. We must find Ling Zhao and kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Mo Fu's side succeeds and we can't, we will have a problem in the future." They had 7 people here. 5 of them were at the half-incipient God realm, while Jiang Xian and the Braid Man were at the King God realm. If they split into 3 groups, it wouldn't be a problem to find Ling Zhao. Each group had 1 or 2 half-incipient God realm experts, so they weren't afraid of anything. In their eyes, Ling Zhao was just at the peak of King God realm. How could he be stronger than the half-incipient God realm experts? Thus, Jiang Tu arranged them. He, Jiang Xian, and another half-incipient God realm expert would form a group of 3. Their priority was to protect Jiang Xian. The other 2 half-incipient God realm experts would form another group, and the last half-incipient God realm expert and the God King with the braid would form another group. They split into 3 groups to search for Ling Zhao. They had to find him as soon as possible. They had exchanged sound transmitting stones. Once something happened, they could contact their fellows to help them. As soon as they split up, a shadow started to move in a direction under the maple forest. That shadow was moving towards the group of the God King with the braid. It was the weakest group. Thus, it was the easiest place to start, and it wouldn't disturb the others. The God King with the braid and the half-incipient God realm expert flew for a while, but they didn't meet anyone. The God King with the braid said impatiently, "Martial Uncle, do you think that bastard knows our plan?" The half-incipient God realm expert glared at him. "Only a few of us know our plan. Do you think there's a spy among us?" "No, I didn't mean that. I'm guessing that bastard found something from Miao Qingwei. That's why he didn't come here. It's troublesome." The God King with the braid waved his hand. "I don't think so. He used the sound transmitting stone to tell us that the bastard is here. Perhaps he has some secret technique to hide his aura. We can't find him for a while," answered the half-incipient God realm expert. Miao Qingwei wanted to cooperate with them to show his sincerity. That was why the Demon Tiger sect agreed to kill Ling Zhao together. The God King believed that Miao Qingwei wouldn't betray them. Indeed, at this moment, they finally sensed something. You think you can hide it well? Come out." The half-incipient God realm expert sneered and slapped a mountain below. Boom! That mountain was blasted into powder in just a blink of an eye. A shadow dashed out from that location. "People of the Demon Tiger sect, what do you want?" This shadow was Ling Zhao, whose whereabouts had been exposed. "What do I want?" Of course, I want to kill you. The half-incipient god realm expert of the demon tiger sect laughed. Both of his palms thundered at the same time. Two flows of turbulent space energy poured down on Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in just one move. However, before he could finish his attack, an invisible shadow had appeared behind him. A storm of attacks pounded on his body. The half-incipient god realm expert was struck dumb. How could he have imagined that he would be hit by someone else's attack before he could even finish his move? Moreover, the attack's power was no less than his own. Very quickly, he was reduced to minced meat. His whole body was covered with palm prints, and blood flowed out incessantly. The man with the braid was also sent flying by the shockwaves. He watched as his martial uncle was inexplicably beaten black and blue all over. His body kept tumbling in the air, and his face was filled with horror. What's going on? The man with the braid couldn't wrap his head around it. Ling Zhao's real body stormed to the man with the braid in just a blink of an eye. He punched the man's lower abdomen. Arg! The man with the braid didn't even have time to react. He spurted a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao didn't spare him. He punched and kicked the man with the braid until he was unconscious. At this moment, the half-incipient God Realm expert was dying under Ling Zhao's attack. He only had half a breath left. Harumph, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao fused into one. Instantly, the soul-locking spell overflowed from his sea of consciousness. Killing them was the same as killing them. It was better to control them and make them his death warriors. In the future, he would have many helpers. Chapter 1384. There seems to be some movement over there. Did Elder Gon find them? Jiang Tu's soul consciousness had a wide range. After the movement, he immediately sensed it. I think so. Let's go and check. Another half-incipient god, realm warrior, answered. We're a little far from them. How about we let Elder Luo and Elder Gon go and check first? They're closer to Elder Gon. Perhaps they were attacked by the sacred beasts. Jiang Xin suggested. I'll ask Elder Gon to see if they're all right. Jiang Tu said, and then took out the sound-transmitting stone to contact the person on the other side. Jiang Tu's face darkened when he didn't receive a reply for a long time. Did something happen to them? It shouldn't be like this. He had just sensed the movement. He didn't believe that his companions were killed in just a blink of an eye. That was the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. Unless a supreme expert came here, how could they be killed in such a short time? Let's go and check. Jiang Tu made up his mind instantly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a reply from the sound-transmitting stone. All right, Elder Gon and the others are all right. They were just attacked by the sacred beasts. Let's go and find them first. Jiang Tu heaved a sigh of relief. If his companions were killed, he had reason to suspect that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Why did he have a bad premonition? In another direction, the two Luo brothers of the Devil Tiger sect were also trying their best to find Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Luo Feng and Luo Min were both at the half-incipient God Realm. However, they didn't cultivate the dark attribute. Instead, they cultivated the water attribute. They also sensed the situation over at their companion's side. They immediately contacted the other side to see what had happened. However, the news they received was different from what Jiang Tu and the others had received. Something happened to Elder Gon. Let's go and check. Luo Feng shouted at Luo Min. Right after that, they sprinted towards the place where Ling Xiao had captured the two people. It only took them 1 hour to reach the place where their companions were killed. When they saw their two companions, they felt relieved. At the same time, they also saw Ling Xiao in front of them. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Old Gon, what's going on? You two can't even handle this punk. Luo Feng asked curiously. Seeing Gon Lichu covered in blood, he was shocked. He knew that Gon Linchu's strength was comparable to theirs, but he was still in such a miserable state. Gon Linchu revealed a peculiar expression, getting close to Luo Feng and saying, "We indeed can't deal with him." As he finished, both of his palms struck out at the same time, aiming for Luo Feng's vitals. Bang! Ah! The moment he made his move, Ling Xiao's invisible divine soul avatar also attacked Luo Man at the same time. Two screams rang out. The two brothers, Luo Feng and Luo Min, didn't have any defense at all. They were beaten until they didn't know what to do. Although they were half-incipient God Realm experts, Gan Linshu and Ling Xiao's God Soul clones had the same competence as them. It was impossible for them not to get hurt. Ling Xiao's God Soul avatar had smashed Luomon's body, making him lose his fighting competence. At the same time, something happened on Gan Linshu's side. Luo Feng was wearing the defense of a half-ancient divine weapon under his cloak. Although Gan Linshu had attacked him all of a sudden, he wasn't hurt much. "Bastard, old Gan, what are you doing?" Luo Feng screamed in fear. Then, he recognized his brother's situation and shouted, "Who else wants to come out?" At the same time, he summoned his holy beast. It was a sky-swallowing whale. Its huge body was even bigger than a few mountains. It seemed to cover the sky from high up in the sky, and the blue divine light around its body was extremely dazzling. The sky-swallowing whale was the overlord of the sea. Its terrifying mouth could swallow everything. Although its devouring power couldn't compare to the primal chaos divine beast's devouring power, its power was enough to scare people. Once it swallowed someone, he would die 10 times out of 10 times. Its gastric juice could even melt a divine weapon. After Luo Feng summoned the sky-swallowing whale, he immediately dashed towards his brother. He wanted to save him first. However, Gan Linshu didn't let him do that. He also summoned his holy beast to fight against Luo Feng. "Gan Linshu, are you Astra's king crazy?" Luo Feng was so enraged that his lungs were about to explode. He had never thought that his man would attack him like that. Gan Linshu didn't answer Luo Feng. He used his best techniques to capture Luo Feng. However, Ling Xiao had taught him a lot. Although he had taken the divine pellet to restore his fighting competence, he couldn't capture Luo Feng yet. "If you want to die, I'll help you," said Luo Feng maliciously. While he was fighting Gan Linshu, he asked Jiang Tu for help through the sound-transmitting stone. Boom! Boom! The battle between half-incipient God Realm experts was earth-shaking. Mountains and rivers lost their colors. The chaotic space currents were constantly destroying everything. At this moment, Ling Xiao had dragged Luo Min aside. He wanted to use the soul-locking spell to capture him first. As long as he had two half-incipient God Realm experts on his side, when Jiang Tu's team came, he would have a sure victory. However, Luo Feng was determined to save his brother. He had ordered his sky-swallowing whale to fly towards Ling Xiao while he had to tangle with Gan Linshu and his holy beast. The sky-swallowing whale's massive mouth had a massive suction force that sucked the space dust into its mouth. It even uprooted the maple forest tens of thousands of meters below. All of them became its food. Once the sky-swallowing whale came close to Luo Min, it would swallow everything around him. Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He had to give up controlling Luo Min. He had to kill the sky-swallowing whale first. The heaven-swallowing whale was very large and looked very mighty and ferocious. However, it also had a weakness, and that was that once it left the sea, its flying speed was extremely slow. In a battle at the same realm, it was absolutely a fatal weakness. Moreover, it was a warrior with peerless speed like Ling Xiao. This weakness was too obvious. Ling Xiao threw Luo Min to the God King with the braid. He held the golden dragon spear and moved around the sky, swallowing whale. At the same time, his God Soul clone became invisible and attacked Luo Feng. He split into two clones to deal with the sky-swallowing whale and Luo Feng at the same time. He wanted to capture them before Jiang Tu's team arrived. Puff puff! Ling shouted and showed mercy. The golden dragon spear forcefully pierced through the thick skin of the sky-swallowing whale. Bloody holes appeared like blooming blood flowers. It was really breathtaking. The sky-swallowing whale's body moved crazily. It spurted a lot of water from its mouth, aiming at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, bursting all of his energy to the peak. His dragon-shaped fighting spirit rose. His fighting competence could be compared to a half-incipient God Realm expert. Holding the golden dragon spear, he and the spear became one. He directly attacked the sky, swallowing whale. He wanted to blow the sky, swallowing whale up and not give it a chance to counterattack. Rumble. Before the sky, swallowing whale's water could reach Ling Xiao and the golden dragon spear had already pierced into the sky, swallowing whale's giant body, creating a huge bloody hole. In the next moment, Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and pierced through the sky, swallowing whale's body. The sky's swallowing whale screeched unceasingly in the sky, blood gushing out unceasingly. Ling Xiao put in more effort. Soon, the sky's swallowing whale was smashed into smithereens. On the other side, although Luo Feng had the help of the ancient god weapon, under the intervention of Ling Xiao's god soul clone, he also had no chance of survival. It wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to control Luo Feng. The main reason was that he couldn't break Luo Feng's defense, which meant he couldn't hurt Luo Feng badly. Moreover, Luo Feng's head was the most lethal part. Only by blowing it up could Ling Xiao capture Luo Feng. Ling Xiao didn't want to deal with Luo Feng bit by bit, because Jiangtu and the others were getting closer. At that time, he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. He could only let Luo Feng die first. When Ling Xiao and Gan Linchu killed Luo Feng, Jiangtu and the others finally arrived. Luo Feng, you bastard Gan Linchu, what are you doing? Jiangtu only saw Gan Linchu dealing with Luo Feng. He didn't see that it was Ling Xiao who was invisible who blew up Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's god soul didn't even have a chance to escape. It was dragged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, filtered by the dragon phoenix godly hoop, and absorbed its soul energy. It was just enough to replenish the energy that Ling Xiao's god soul clone had just lost. It even helped him grow. Jiangtu attacked Gan Linchu. His strength was so strong that he directly blew Gan Linchu away. Jiangtu was an existence very close to the Great Master Realm. He wasn't someone a half-incipient God Realm expert could compare to. Come back first. Heal your wounds first. Ling Xiao ordered Gan Linchu. Shi Yin had beaten Gan Linchu half to death, and then fought with Luo Feng for a while. He had consumed a lot of his god power. Jiangtu saw Gan Linchu fly back to Ling Xiao and follow Ling Xiao like a loyal servant. His tiger eyes sparkled with thick, murderous intent. Turns out you're a traitor. You deserve to die. Jiangtu roared indignantly. A set of divine defensive armor appeared on his body. A tiger-shaped scythe appeared in his hand. A top black tiger king appeared by him. Surprisingly, it was a dark demon tiger at the peak of level 10. Its fighting competence could be compared to a half-incipient God Realm expert. The murderous aura it emitted could make people shiver in fear. On the other side, the half-incipient God Realm expert also summoned his holy beast. His entire body was armed, and he didn't look arrogant at all. Jiang Xian did the same. However, he acted domineeringly. He crossed Jiangtu and dashed towards Ling Xiao, shouting, "Surrender now. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place." Jiang Xian seemed to be eager to kill his enemies. He wasn't afraid that his opponents were stronger than him. Jiangtu was frightened by Jiang Xian's action. He hurried to chase after him, shouting, "Jiang Xian, come back. You're not their match." The other half-incipient God Realm expert also dashed over. He had to protect Jiang Xian. If something happened to him, it would be a big crime when he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to launch a soul power attack. The traceless golden dragon spear was enhanced by the dragon phoenix divine hoop. Jiang Xian was the first target. Gan Linchu followed closely behind his target Jiang Xian. Chapter 1385. As Ling Xiao wanted to subdue Jiangtu and the other half-incipient God Realm expert into his puppets, he had to subdue them in a short time. To prevent anything unexpected from happening, Ling Xiao had to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase his power. He didn't want to give Jiangtu any chance. Anyway, Jiangtu was using his entire body to defend. Even if Shurian used his god soul to hide, he couldn't kill Jiangtu in one strike. Only by using soul power would he be able to kill him. Jiangtu concentrated on Jiang Xian. He cursed inwardly. This idiot! What realm do you have? How dare he act tough? He had never thought that Jiang Xian would dare to attack him first. He was crazy. Anyway, he was the weakest here. How could he dare to do that? Of course, Jiangtu didn't know that it was Ling Zhao's bait. As he was about to pull Jiang Xian back, his god soul was hit hard all of a sudden. His god soul at the half-incipient god realm was close to the great master realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the god soul defense technique, which could stop normal god soul attacks. If Ling Xiao didn't use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he wouldn't have been able to deal with Jiangtu. It was lucky that Ling Xiao had foresight. With the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, his soul attacks could be compared to the soul attacks of the great Master Realm experts. Jiangtu's defense couldn't withstand even one strike. It was broken in just a blink of an eye. Jiangtu's god soul was attacked. He screamed. At this moment, Gan Linshu changed his attack route. He gave up on Jiang Xian and aimed at Jiangtu. Rumble. Rumble. Waves of earth-shaking chaotic space attacks bombarded Jiangtu unceasingly. Even if he had a top-grade divine weapon, he couldn't endure it. Jiangtu's Dark Devil Tiger immediately helped its master and intercepted Gan Linshu's sacred beast. The other half-incipient god realm expert was startled. He hurried to block Gan Linshu's attacks for Jiangtu. However, not far from them, Ling Xiao had prepared the second wave of attacks. The Bodhi Divine Bow in his hand emitted a green light. The energy condensed at one point, and the divine arrow shot out. Swoosh! A green light crossed the sky like a meteor, directly attacking the half-incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao had used all his strength for this arrow. He had to succeed with this arrow. Indeed, the half-incipient god realm warrior was busy dealing with Gan Linshu's attack. He didn't have time to deal with this sudden arrow. Rumble. The half-incipient god realm expert didn't even have time to scream before this arrow shot him into a puddle of blood. Gan Linshu continued to chase after Jiang Tuesday. However, Jiangtu had already recovered from his injured divine soul. He did not immediately counterattack Gan Linshu. Instead, he quickly retreated and summoned his dark demon tiger back. He looked at Ling Xiao with a panicked expression. You, how can you know soul energy attacks? Are you a soul race clansman? Jiangtu had suffered a soul attack. If he still did not know that Ling Xiao was related to the soul race, then he would have lived in vain. Whatever clansman, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly as he unleashed another soul power attack. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop amplified his attack power once more, causing it to reach an extremely terrifying level. However, Ling Xiao failed this time. Jiangtu could sense the existence of his soul energy attack. Moreover, he had used his space power to stop his god power attack. No wonder why you could make Jiang Xian fail when you were refining pellets. Your soul energy attack is really terrifying. Jiangtu was forced back by Ling Zhao's soul energy attack. He screamed in fright. He had the power of a half-incipient god realm expert, but Ling Zhao's soul energy attack had forced him back. He wanted to run away. Anyway, Gan Linshu was standing next to him. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Jiangtu would be that intimidating. He could sense his soul energy attack and even stop it. He had to change his plan immediately. His divine soul doppelganger immediately appeared and attacked Jiangtu at the same time. The dragon power of the subduing dragon palm aimed at Jiangtu's vital parts while Gan Linshu also attacked. Of course, Jiangtu couldn't sense the existence of Gan Linshu's divine soul avatar, but he had already activated his defense to the maximum. At the same time, he was using his ultimate attack on Gan Linshu. I want all of you to die. Jiangtu looked ferocious. He roared and slashed the divine saber in his hand. Every slash carried a divine might that could split the earth. Streams of spatial turbulence that contained a black, corrosive power surged down. Such a terrifying attack seemed to want to break the sky. If Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger hadn't caught him off guard, Gan Linshu would definitely have died. "Who is it?" Jiang Tu was blown away. He looked around and shouted in fright. Ling Xiao wouldn't answer him. He glided behind him and attacked with a subduing dragon palm one more time. Jiang Tu could only use his defense to block Ling Xiao's attack and counterattack from time to time. However, he couldn't find his target. Gan Linshu and his Saint Beast were dealing with the Dark Demon Tiger. He couldn't let Jiang Tu escape. "Damn it, do you really think this old man doesn't have the ability?" Jiang Tu was indeed the existence closest to a supreme being. He roared and released all his aura. Waves of murderous tiger qi swept in all directions. Not good. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying power was about to descend. He was shocked. Demonic Tiger Reef. One by one, the dark demon tigers appeared out of thin air. They opened their mouths wide and roared madly. One after another, black balls that looked like pebbles exploded one after another. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In Jiang Tu's location, everything within several tens of thousands of miles was destroyed by the black light of the Devil Reef. Gan Linshu was severely injured by Jiang Tu's attack and was sent flying far away. Ling Xiao's avatar was also severely injured. If it wasn't for his strong defense, his avatar would have been destroyed by now. However, Jiang Tu wasn't in a good state either. His divine power had decreased by a lot. "Jiang Xian, let's go." Jiang Tu didn't know if the invisible person was still there. He didn't dare to take the risk and rushed to Jiang Xian's side. He grabbed Jiang Xian's arm and wanted to escape with him. However, just as he was about to pull Jiang Xian into the crack in the void, Jiang Xian suddenly moved. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Jiang Tu's neck. Jiang Xian's attack was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to defend. Jiang Tu didn't suspect that Jiang Xian would attack him. He only sensed Jiang Xian's killing intent when the dagger was about to cut his throat. Jiang Tu's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly threw Jiang Xian away. However, Jiang Xian's attack was too sudden. The moment Jiang Tu was thrown away, the dagger had already cut his skin. A smear of red instantly appeared. At the same time, traces of netherworld ghost flame burned his skin. Of course, Jiang Tu wasn't killed by Jiang Xian just like that. However, he was scared out of his wits. The cut flesh and the burning netherworld ghost flame made him feel that death was so close. Moreover, he was ambushed by his own people. It made his heart turn cold. "It's over. Jiang Xian, what are you doing?" Jiang Tu roared. Who is Jiang Xian? He was the personal disciple of the Devil Tiger sect's only supreme alchemy god. He was also a direct descendant of the Devil Tiger sect. Jiang Tu could believe that Gan Linshu would betray the Devil Tiger sect. However, he absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Xian would betray the Devil Tiger sect. He didn't understand what was going on. He felt that he couldn't make sense of it. Jiang Xian didn't even bother replying to him. He directly flew back to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't want Jiang Tu to bring Jiang Xian back to the Devil Tiger sect. Jiang Xian was a godly alchemist. He didn't want to let him go like this. His god's soul appeared again. He immediately drew his bow and shot the Bodhi divine arrow towards Jiang Tu's day. He could only give up on Jiang Tu now. This man was too hard to capture. Jiang Tu wanted to capture Jiang Xian. He had to know what was going on and why his people had betrayed the Devil Tiger sect. However, just as he was about to move, a powerful green light rushed towards him. This arrow was shot by Ling Xiao using his divine soul doppelganger, so one could imagine how terrifying its power was. Jiang Tu was worthy of being an experienced half-incipient God Realm expert. He knew that it was too late to dodge. The half-ancient divine weapon in his hand gathered all of his energy and attacked the divine arrow. Rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out high up in the sky. Balls of light bloomed like beautiful fireworks. Many of the spatial forces were shattered, and countless turbulence splashed in all directions. When everything disappeared, Jiang Tu's physical body was completely destroyed. However, one of his doppelgangers had already taken the opportunity to escape into the void. Ling Xiao, you bastard! I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Jiang Tu shouted angrily. Ling Xiao had asked Gong Linshu to chase after him. However, Jiang Tu's dark demon tiger had intercepted him. Apparently, the dark demon tiger hadn't signed a master-servant contract with Jiang Tu's day. Even if Jiang Tu's body was destroyed, the tiger didn't need to die. Ling Xiao's soul was already injured, and he had used all of his strength to shoot that arrow. His soul power was extremely weak, and he couldn't stop Jiang Tu's clone. He could only watch as Jiang Tu's clone fled. Ling Xiao sighed, what a pity. Anyway, he ran away. It's impossible for him to recover to half-incipient God realm. Jiang Tu had lost his real body. Unless he could seize his body again, he would never be able to return to his peak. He wasn't a threat for the time being. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the Demon Tiger sect might know about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and connect it to the Soul Clan. However, it was useless to worry now. The only thing he could do was to increase his competence. When he reached the Supremacy Realm, he would kill as many enemies as they came. Moreover, he had the protection of the Medicine Union. No one in the Tianyuan district could hurt him. Miao Qingwei was dead. Even if his teacher, Zhua Xinghong, investigated, he would know that Miao Qingwei was killed by the Demon Tiger sect. It had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. At that time, the Demon Tiger sect would have to face the fury of the Medicine Union. No one from the Demon Tiger sect would ever dare to step into the Tianyuan district again. The Medicine Union would form an alliance with Dragon Gate in the Supremacy Realm. The good days of the Demon Tiger sect would come to an end. Chapter 1386. At this time, all the upper echelons of the Medicine Alliance were gathered in the main hall. A portion of the people sitting here were divine alchemists, and there were also many sovereign martial artists. These dozens of people represented the most powerful existences in the Medicine Alliance. Each of them could shake the Tianyuan district with a stomp of their feet. It could be seen how monstrous their power was. On the three divine thrones, there were already two old men sitting on the left and right. They were the two hall masters of the Medicine Alliance, Lien Hao Gong and Zhua Xinghong. Only the middle seat was empty. That was the seat of the most supreme hall master, Song Yang. He did not appear in this meeting. Today, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important news. From today onwards, our Medicine Alliance will sever all transactions with the Devil Tiger sect. At the same time, our Medicine Alliance will start a war with the Devil Tiger sect. In the future, if we find anyone from the Devil Tiger sect, we will kill them. In addition, we will seal the domain gate of the Heaven Tiger region. We are not allowed to have any contact with the people of the Heaven Tiger region. Lien Hao Gong said angrily. Lien Hao Gong's decision undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. When everyone did not understand what was going on, Zhua Xinghong threw out another sentence. This old man's disciple, Qingwei, was killed by the people of the Devil Tiger sect. They are still chasing after Elder Ling Xiao. They want to kill the two youngest divine alchemists in our guild. They deserve to die. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the main hall was incomparably furious. They finally understood why the second hall master made such a decision. It turned out that such a big thing had happened. Who didn't know that Miao Qingwei was the direct disciple of the third hall master? He might have become one of the future successors of the guild. But now he was actually killed. No wonder they had to go to war. As for the Devil Tiger sect wanting to kill Ling Xiao, it was within their expectations. After all, Ling Xiao was from the Dragon Gate. However, Ling Xiao had already joined their Medicine Alliance. Even so, the Devil Tiger sect still dared to be so arrogant and kill someone in their territory. They simply didn't put the Medicine Alliance in their eyes. As the orders were sent out, the Medicinal Union directly dispatched a Great Realm expert and more than 10 half-incipient God Realm experts to the myriad Maple Mountain Range to rescue Ling Xiao. At the same time, they immediately spread the news of the decision they had made to deal with the Demon Tiger sect to the entire Heaven Source area. After most of the people had left, only the two palace lords and Yin Dai Jiao's group of 3 remained. Preposterous. That animal doesn't have any breadth of mind at all. to actually want to conspire with the Devil Tiger Sect's people to harm Ling Xiao. In the end, he was killed by others instead. Truly disgraceful. Zhuo Wenhong scolded with a pained look. Miao Qingyue was killed by the people of the Devil Tiger clan. It could be said that he brought this upon himself. He actually plotted with the people of the Devil Tiger clan to trap and kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he also lost his life. This information was found by Zhuo Wenhong from Xin Chunhua's God Soul. This matter was too vile, so Zhuo Wenhong naturally didn't want to announce it. He could only push all the bad reputation onto the Devil Tiger sect. After all, the Devil Tiger sect really wanted to attack Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also a member of their guild. Now that Miao Qingyue was dead, they absolutely couldn't hope for anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain to the Dragon Gate and Qin people. Besides, they hoped that they could subdue Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao stay in the guild forever, replacing Miao Qingyue as the future supreme master of their guild. The reason why they broke off their relationship with the Devil Tiger sect, other than to show that their guild was strong and that they didn't fear enemies, there was another reason. It was to prepare to rope in Dragon Gate and form an alliance with them. Qingyue was originally a good seedling. It was just that he was too narrow-minded. He brought this upon himself. This time, the Devil Tiger sect was actually so daring. It's time to let them know the power of our guild. I hope that Ling Xiao is fine. It's a matter of him becoming the alchemy god. No matter what, we have to make him stay, Lien Hao Gong said. I see that brat's bones are firm and unyielding. He isn't someone who would betray Dragon Gate. I'm afraid his heart will be on the side of Dragon Gate. Zhuo Wenhong sighed. This is a bit of a pity, but heroes can't escape from the land of tenderness. Everything will depend on Jiao Er's ability. Lien Hao Gong looked at Yin Dai Jiao and said. Yin Dai Jiao rolled her eyes at Lien Hao Gong and said, Second Master, what does this have to do with me? He paused for a moment before continuing. Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate and Yin Yang of the Yin clan are both good youths. They have the potential to become alchemy gods in the future and can be considered to be a good match for you. However, between the two of them, Ling Xiao is more outstanding. However, Yin Yang has the support of the Yin clan's ancestor. He is also someone who can be compared to us. It can be said that both of them have their own advantages. You little girl, choose one of the two. However, you must make them stay in the guild. You are the heart of us, 3 old men. You can't be taken away by others. Otherwise, us 3 old men will be sad. Zhuo Wenhong's words were the truth. Although he liked Miao Qingyue, he already knew that there was something wrong with Miao Qingyue's heart. The person the 3 old men truly cared about the most was Yin Dai Jiao. This was because she was the future successor that the 3 of them had poured a lot of effort into nurturing. They definitely couldn't let her marry far away. She had to be a member of the Alchemy Alliance forever. Their position still needed her to inherit. I won't choose. I want to stay by the 3 masters' side and serve you all forever. Yin Dai Jiao's face became a bit red as she replied. A handsome face quietly appeared in her mind. Her heart had already quietly left a gap for that person. That's even better. Then we won't have to worry about no one to send us off in the future. Lien Hao Gong lightly stroked his white beard and smiled. Second Master, you can't say such inauspicious words. Yin Dai Jiao tugged on Lien Hao Gong's beard and acted like a spoiled child. I won't say it. I won't say it in the future. Lien Hao Gong revealed a kind expression. Zhuo Wenhong also revealed a gratified expression. The pain of Miao Qingyue's death had already been diluted. In their eyes, Yin Dai Jiao's position was truly not something anyone could compare to. Even if they wanted Yin Dai Jiao to find a man, they had to ensure that that man would be recruited to be a lackey. They couldn't let the successor that they had nurtured be taken away by someone else. That wouldn't be worth it. In the 10,000 Maple Mountain range, the people from Medicine Alliance had already found Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was extremely battered, but his life was not in danger. This caused the people from the Medicine Alliance to let out a sigh of relief. Of course, this was all a facade that Ling Xiao had kept. He had pretty much killed everyone from the Devil Tiger sect. With his strength, recovering from his injuries would be extremely easy. However, In order to let others know that he had been chased by the Devil Tiger sect, he had kept his battered appearance. This would allow the Medicine Alliance to firmly believe him. Ling Xiao was escorted back to the Medicine Alliance, while the others continued to search for the Devil Tiger sect. As soon as he returned to the Medicine Alliance, Yin Dai Jiao actually personally came out to welcome him. This caused the people from the Medicine Alliance to feel that something was off. Ling Xiao, are you all right? Yin Dai Jiao's beautiful eyes carried traces of concern as she asked. For some reason, when she heard that Ling Xiao had returned safely, she actually felt an impatience to see him. In the end, she couldn't control herself and ran out to welcome him. She didn't think that she liked Ling Xiao. Instead, she felt that she only had a trace of good feelings towards him. After so many years, other than her senior apprentice brother, Ling Xiao was the second person that felt this way. That day, when she heard that her senior apprentice brother had died, she felt a bit sad. However, when she heard that Ling Xiao was still being chased, she became even more worried. Even if she didn't admit that she liked Ling Xiao, she really didn't want anything to happen to Ling Xiao. Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, we have the undying god fate. How could anything happen to us? Ling Xiao couldn't help but tease Yin Dai Jiao. If Xian Yao heard this, he would immediately correct Ling Xiao. It's the undying cockroach fate. Haha, you're really arrogant. Yin Dai Jiao sweetly smiled. She then said, it's good that he's not dead. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to your Dragon Gate. Is that so? Aren't you worried at all? Ling Xiao asked Jiao. Yin Dai Jiao's heart trembled, and her face became red. Fortunately, her veil blocked it, so Ling Xiao didn't see it. She hurriedly replied, I'm not worried about you. Go to the main hall. My third master wants to see you. After speaking, she left the scene as if she was escaping. Looking at this beautiful figure, Ling Xiao felt that it was infinitely good to be alive. He wanted to live like this forever. For someone like him, who is feared by others, only by continuously becoming stronger could he make those who provoked him suffer on the spot, and not become a ghost under someone else's blade. Ling Xiao once again arrived at the main hall of the guild. Zhuo Wenhong sat on the seat on the right, while Yin Dai Jiao obediently stood to the side, not even glancing at Ling Xiao. Greetings, Third Hall Master. Ling Xiao bowed to Zhuo Wenhong. He was somewhat nervous, afraid that Zhuo Wenhong would find out about his plan. That would be troublesome. No need for formalities, Zhuo Wenhong replied. He then said, Ling Xiao, I've wronged you regarding Qing Yue's matter. Third Hall Master, this is? Ling Xiao pretended to be ignorant. He couldn't admit that he already knew about Miao Qing Yue's ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be telling Zhuo Wenhong that he was already on guard? Zhuo Wenhong smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. It's better if you don't know about this. After pausing for a moment, he then said, My guild has already sworn an irreconcilable enmity with the Devil Tiger sect. In the future, there won't be a single person from the Devil Tiger sect here. You can rest assured and stay here. If you need anything, you can find Jiao or our guild will definitely help you become the supreme alchemy god. Zhuo Wenhong also felt guilty that his disciple had done such a thing to Ling Xiao. Now that he gave Ling Xiao a promise, it would also make him feel better. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and said, Many thanks, Third Hall Master. With Zhuo Wenhong's words, he could boldly ask for resources in the future. Chapter 1387. With all his worries resolved, Ling Xiao could now stay in the Alchemy Guild with peace of mind. He refined many divine pills for the Alchemy Guild as a contribution to the guild and let others know that he was truly a divine alchemist. Of course, the divine materials that Ling Xiao needed to refine the pills were provided by the guild, and every time he refined a cauldron of pills, the extra pills that were condensed belonged to him. He only needed to contribute one pill, and the guild also gave him a lot of resources as a monthly allowance. During this time, Jiao would appear in front of him from time to time, and she even suggested competing with Ling Xiao in pill refinement. Ling Xiao naturally did not refuse. He also knew that NDGAO's pill refinement skills were quite extraordinary. Most importantly, in addition to the flame source, NDGAO actually also possessed the Buddhist cleansing cauldron, which was ranked third among the 9 great divine cauldrons. For the Buddhist cleansing cauldron to be ranked above the obsidian divine cauldron, its effects were naturally extraordinary. Its entire body was pure white, and there were simple and complicated patterns circling around it, as if strange scenes would appear from time to time. It had 3 legs, 8 ears, and the shape of the cauldron was smooth and round. It looked quite exquisite, and it gave people the feeling that it was a divine cauldron for refining elixirs tailored for women. In reality, during the primordial era, the first owner of the Buddhist cleansing cauldron was also a strong woman. Although Ling Xiao did not understand its mysteries, when his obsidian divine cauldron and the Buddhist cleansing cauldron appeared, the 2 divine cauldrons seemed to be competing with each other. It was as if the 2 divine cauldrons wanted to compete with each other. The 9 great ancient divine cauldrons were Heaven-Raising Cauldron, Earth-Melting Cauldron, Buddhist Cleansing Cauldron, Chaotic Lightning Cauldron, Obsidian Divine Cauldron, Morning Golden Bell Cauldron, Heaven Goo Cauldron, Holy Mother Water Cauldron, and Forging Cauldron. Every one of them had extraordinary origins, but not all of them were used for pill refinement. For example, the Heaven Goo Divine Cauldron passed down by the ancestors of the Goo race was most suitable for refining goo poisons. The Forging Cauldron was used to forge weapons, and it also possessed terrifying offensive abilities. The other divine cauldrons also had their own wondrous uses. Of course, they could all be used for pill refinement, but the effects were different. The 2 of them continued to refine pills and exchange pointers. Their relationship could be said to be advancing at a tremendous pace. As for the monstrous divine alchemist Yin Yang, he was ignored by Yin Dai Jiao. In the end, he came clean with Yin Dai Jiao and was sent away by Yin Dai Jiao with a good guy card. Yin Yang's temperament was rather carefree, as he said, "I already knew it would be like this. The one you like is Brother Ling." During these days, Yin Yang often came to find Yin Dai Jiao, so he and Ling Xiao could be said to be acquainted. The 2 of them had similar personalities and became friends. That was why he said that. He was a bystander. Before Yin Yang left, he did not forget to extend an invitation to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao could come to the Yin clan as a guest when he was free, so that he could fulfill his duties as a host. Of course, Ling Xiao readily agreed. He really wanted to make a trip to the Tian Ke domain. There weren't many powerful sects in the Tian Ke domain, but there were quite a few ancient clans. Other than the Yin clan, the ancestors of Xinyu Ye's bloodline clans, the Barbarian clan, and the Gu clan had also moved there in the ancient times. Therefore, Ling Xiao really had to make a trip to the Tian Ke domain in the future. Looking at Yin Yang's departing figure, Ling Xiao softly said to Yin Dai Jiao, "Actually, Brother Yang is not bad. It's a pity that you missed out on him." Yin Dai Jiao unhappily kicked Ling Xiao and said, "Humph, you're all smelly men. What's so good about you?" She didn't know why, but the more she interacted with Ling Xiao, the harder it was for her to control her emotions. The demeanor of a little girl was always forced out by this man, causing her to lose all her dignity. During this period of time, she could finally confirm that she was really happy and comfortable with this man. This man was younger than her, but he far surpassed her in every aspect. Moreover, his conversation was humorous and interesting. When he refined pills, he was also very focused and elegant, causing her to slowly become infatuated with him. However, this man always seemed to deliberately keep his distance from her, causing her to be extremely depressed. She was the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan domain, and there were countless men chasing after her. But this man seemed to have no feelings for her. She wondered if it was because she was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her beauty. Men are not smelly. For example, I am not smelly, and my whole body is filled with the fragrance of medicine. Ling Xiao said narcissistically, "Stop being so smug. Let's go back and compete again. Every time, we can't refine 3 pills at once, but now you can refine 4 pills. Is there any reason?" Yin Dai Jiao said, unconvinced. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No need to compete, senior sister Jiao. You're already very strong. Many people can't compare to you. You should be satisfied." In truth, Yin Dai Jiao was only a low-level god king, and it was already amazing that she could refine 2 divine pills at once. Once her strength reached another level, she would definitely be able to refine more. Her alchemy Tinbin was indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. Ling Xiao also secretly praised the successor chosen by the 3 alchemy gods in his heart. You say one thing, but mean another. In front of you, I am still far from being comparable. Are you looking down on me and don't want to compete with me? Yin Dai Jiao said with some dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "No, senior sister Jiao, you are worrying too much. In fact, I should also go into seclusion for a period of time to break through to the next step." What? You want to break through to supremacy? Yin Dai Jiao's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed, "I'll give it a try. This step is not easy, and many people have been stuck at this step. I don't know if I can take it or not." Ling Xiao sighed. Although his preparations were almost done, the supremacy step was not something that could be broken through just by accumulating energy. It also required the comprehension of the world's energy. Only by combining the two would one be able to take this step. This was not something an ordinary person could break through. Although Ling Xiao had always been very confident in himself, he also believed that everything would go smoothly, especially in front of the most important checkpoint of his life. He had no choice but to be cautious. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yin Dai Jiao's eyes sparkled as she revealed a look of worship and said, "You're too amazing. How old are you? Yet you're already trying to break through to supremacy. It's really infuriating to compare with others." Yin Dai Jiao was very familiar with historical records and knew that no one had ever become a supremacy before the age of 100. Although she didn't know if Ling Xiao would succeed, his actions were already enough to be recorded in the annals of history. She had always thought of herself as an out-and-out genius, but compared to Ling Xiao, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was really too big. "Of course. Don't you know who this divine teacher is? I am a number 1 since ancient times," Ling Xiao said with his chest puffed out. "That's the truth. Then I'll let you succeed in one go." Yin Dai Jiao did not object. She then asked, "Do I need to prepare anything for you? I can ask Master and the others for a supreme divine item to help you break through." "No need. Just arrange a secluded cultivation place for me," Ling Xiao replied. Yin Dai Jiao knew that Ling Xiao had already made preparations and did not say anything else. She brought him to the secluded cultivation place. There were many supremacy and incipient god realm experts in Palace City, so there were naturally high-level secluded cultivation places for those who wanted to break through to the incipient god realm. The Source Tower was the tallest divine tower in Palace City. It was an ancient divine artifact that was used to gather heaven and earth spiritual chi and source energy in Palace City. The Source Tower had 49 floors, and each floor gathered different amounts of energy. It was the best place for outstanding experts to cultivate in seclusion. Looking at the Source Tower from afar, it seemed to be floating in the air, giving off an illusory feeling. The spirit chi and Genesis chi that it had gathered were all wrapped around it, giving it the charm of a celestial tower. At the top of the tower was a dazzling 5-color divine heaven stone that emitted a dazzling divine light. No one dared to look at it directly. Ling Xiao inwardly praised. No wonder the Medicine Alliance took out that small 5-color divine heaven stone auction. They didn't put it in their eyes. This is the place where we normally go into seclusion to break through. If you want to break through to the highest level, you'll need to at least reach the 40th floor. This is the medallion you need to show to enter the tower. "Give it to the tower guard elder, and he'll let you in," said Yin Dai Jiao as she handed a medallion to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the token and said gratefully, "Many thanks, senior sister Jiao." Ling Xiao was even more confident that he could break through in such a place. Yin Dai Jiao gently pushed Ling Xiao and said, "Hurry up and go. I'm looking forward to you becoming the strongest person in the ancient land." Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He nodded and strode towards the entrance of the Source Tower. The guard of the Origin Tower was a half-incipient God Realm elder. When Ling Xiao came near, his sleepy eyes shot out a divine light like electric beams. However, his eyes might have pressured ordinary God Kings, but they didn't pressure Ling Xiao at all. "Do you have the token to enter the tower?" the Tower Guardian Elder asked in a low voice. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to the Tower Guardian Elder and then handed over the token that Yin Dai Jiao had given him. The Tower Guardian Elder received the token in surprise and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "You can go in. Besides the top 7 floors, you can enter all the other floors." Besides the top 7 floors, he could choose to use the remaining 42 floors for seclusion. Ling Xiao nodded and then strode towards the Source Tower. The Tower Guardian Elder looked at the token and then at Ling Xiao's figure. He thought to himself, "Why is the goddess token on him? So strange." Just as he was about to think of something, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. The Tower Guardian Elder quickly jumped up from his chair and bowed to Yin Dai Jiao. "Greetings, goddess. No need to be so polite. Give me the token." Yin Dai Jiao smiled and replied, "Yes, goddess." The Tower Guardian Elder immediately gave the token that Ling Xiao had given him to Yin Dai Jiao. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that there was a condition to enter the Source Tower. One needed to contribute to the guild. The greater the contribution, the higher the floor they could enter. And Ling Xiao had only joined the guild 3 months ago as a guest elder. He hadn't contributed much to the guild yet. With his status, he could only go below the 30th floor. It was impossible for him to go above the 30th floor, let alone above the 40th floor. Yin Dai Jiao had put in a lot of effort for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand it. Chapter 1388. As Ling Xiao walked into the Origin Tower, he immediately felt the thick energy here. Layers of pure spiritual qi were like mist, misty, and moist. Just breathing it made him feel light and airy. It's really extraordinary. This cultivating place isn't much different from the Dragon Gate's qi gathering great formation. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he walked up. When he reached the 20th floor and above, there was already a lot of origin energy gathered here. This was enough to satisfy a King God Realm warrior to break through here. Ling Xiao walked to the 40th floor in one breath. He found that the origin energy here was so thick that it was beyond his imagination. He could feel that the energy here was very close to the origin energy. It was enough for a half-incipient God Realm expert to cultivate here. If Ling Xiao wanted to take half a step out, it was enough to seclude here. However, he wasn't satisfied with this. He walked up 2 more floors. When he reached the 42nd floor, he finally felt the feeling of the origin energy that his ancestor Ling Hongyu had instilled in him. The origin energy was the upgraded version of the origin energy. It was much thicker and more vast. It was the energy that Supremes needed to absorb. At this point, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. The space on this floor was slightly smaller, and there were only 7 seclusion rooms. 3 of the doors were closed, and there were restrictions placed on the doors by the Supreme Beings. Once they were closed, no aura would leak out. Even if they were to make a breakthrough inside, it would not cause any commotion outside. Ling Xiao chose one of the rooms and walked in. Then, he closed the door. This seclusion room didn't look very big from the outside. However, after walking in, it was like entering another space. It was more spacious, enough for anyone to toss and turn in here. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to break through the seclusion room. This was a very important matter. He had to prepare well. The first thing he needed to do was to recultivate every divine skill he had learned so that he could deepen his understanding of the application and integration of the various divine skills. At the same time, he had to digest all the small and large battles he had experienced in these years to find his own fighting style. This would help him understand the realms of the various elements and deepen his understanding and application of the concepts. After a month, Ling Xiao's body was in a very excited state. He had mastered many of the moves that he wasn't familiar with in the past. This was the effect of calming down and cultivating. Using battle to nurture battle was to understand how to clearly comprehend battle experience after a battle, thereby making one's battle style even more unpredictable and unpredictable, making it impossible for one's opponent to guard against it. Ling Xiao hoped that through self-cultivation, he could make his peak God-King realm even more perfect and more stable. After that, Ling Xiao focused on cultivating the godly spirit controlling technique, smoothing out the power of his divine soul once again, causing his soul power to become pure and denser. Shiyin took out a moon soul divine grass and swallowed it. His god soul, which was at the middle level of half incipient god realm, had reached the late stage. His god soul clone had become stronger. The more powerful his divine soul was, the more assurance he would have when he stepped into the supremacy stage. After 3 months in the Origin Tower, Ling Xiao finally took out the 5-color divine heaven stone that he had bought at a high price. The 5-color divine heaven stone could gather energy, and it itself had a large amount of origin energy. However, this origin energy was condensed, so he had to absorb and refine it little by little to increase his power. Ling Xiao had prepared to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Although this 5-color divine heaven stone wasn't big, the origin energy it contained was massive. Ling Xiao thought that it was enough to absorb half of its energy. He could still use the other half. At that time, he could use the God Soul to gather energy to recover and grow stronger. I should accumulate energy first. With my God Soul at half incipient God realm and the energy I've absorbed, it's just a matter of time before I reach half incipient God realm. However, if I want to take that step, I'm afraid that just absorbing energy isn't enough. Ling Xiao looked at the 5-color divine heaven stone in front of him, slowly closing his eyes like an old monk meditating. Ling Xiao knew his current situation, so he wouldn't rush to the next realm blindly. He was still young, so he shouldn't be too impulsive. That way, he could advance step by step and accumulate enough energy to break the bottleneck. When he tried his best, he could break that obstacle and reach the supreme realm. Ling Xiao urged the 2 different god techniques and started to absorb the energy of the 5-color divine heaven stone. Among the 5 energies, only the earth light wasn't absorbed by Ling Xiao. The other 4 origin energies, gold, red, blue, and green, started to gather on Ling Xiao's body, creating a big 4-colored cocoon. Moreover, the energy in the original tower was continuously gathered by the 5-colored divine heaven stone. At the same time, Ling Xiao's god technique greedily guided the thick energy into his body. Ling Xiao's supreme Guiyuan art could transform these different kinds of power into a unified power, and all of them gathered into the 5-color Dantian, making it constantly grow. The 5-color Dantian was like a chaotic star. Within this vast energy, there were specks of 5-color divine light, which looked extremely enchanting and beautiful. The 3 life forms in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness desired this origin energy even more, as it could speed up their advancement. After receiving Ling Xiao's instructions, they immediately fought over the origin energy they needed. In an instant, the 4-colored energy surrounding Ling Xiao became much weaker. However, the energy in the original tower had accumulated for countless years, so it wouldn't be so easily absorbed by Ling Xiao. Moreover, there was still a 5-colored divine heaven stone in front of Ling Xiao. Its energy was also slowly flowing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. The warm and nourishing energy constantly brought pure and majestic energy to his entire body. All of his muscles and energy seemed to have been baptized once again. His skin, flesh, meridians, apertures, internal organs, and bones were all soaked in this energy. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring in winter, making him feel extremely intoxicated and comfortable. His sea of consciousness was also completely occupied by the 3 types of energy. The three life forms shone brightly, absorbing to their heart's content to strengthen themselves. They were striving to advance together with Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao's spirit naturally benefited as well. These three life forms had always existed in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, providing unimaginable help to Ling Xiao. They had also followed Ling Xiao as he wandered around, obtaining unimaginable rewards. All in all, they hadn't suffered any losses at all. Instead, they had profited. After all, with their rate of advancement, it was unknown how many thousands or tens of thousands of years it would take for them to advance a single level if they only lived in one place. However, as Ling Xiao grew stronger and stronger, their effects became much weaker. Unless they advanced together with Ling Xiao, they would be abandoned by Ling Xiao sooner or later. After all, after Ling Xiao became a divine king, all sorts of origin energy could be said to be at his fingertips. However, their power was unable to cause too much damage to ordinary divine kings. They could only unleash their power when they least expected it. As they grew stronger and more intelligent, they naturally didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. They knew that only by following Ling Xiao would they be able to enjoy more benefits. Therefore, they were extremely eager to advance and become stronger. Within the small green tree, an old face said to himself with a deep smile, "This old man really made the right choice back then. It seems that this young friend's luck is heaven-defying. One day, I will definitely be able to restore the fame of the Tree of Immortality." Right now, Green Wang had already reached level 9. Only by reaching level 10 and above could it be considered a true Tree of Immortality. Its sap, fruit, and roots, only then would it be able to display the true effect of the 9 great divine trees. At that time, any mortal who could consume a bit of its essence would be able to obtain an undying body. Naturally, Ling Xiao had no way of knowing what it was thinking. He was already completely unaware of the passage of time and everything that had happened in the outside world. He only knew that he seemed to be in a never-ending slumber, and he didn't know when he would wake up. As he circulated his divine technique to absorb energy, the primordial energy filled his entire body with an incomparably comfortable feeling, causing his state of mind to gradually enter a state where he forgot about himself and the world. It was as if he had turned into a ball of primordial energy and was together with it. He felt that his soul and body had been upgraded to a power that was like the heavens. It circulated along with the heavens, rippling with that indescribable pleasure. He sensed the sharpness of the power of metal, the exuberant vitality of the power of wood, the surging power of water, the scorching heat of the power of fire, and the extreme speed and violence of the power of wind. In short, this feeling was truly indescribable. The stars moved, and day and night revolved. 5 years quickly passed by in the blink of an eye. How many flourishing years! How many bloody battles! These scenes constantly changed like illusions. From time to time, a beautiful figure would appear outside the Origin Tower, watching from afar, her beautiful eyes rippling with indescribable emotions. The woman in a loose alchemist robe softly mumbled, "It's been 5 years. It feels like a long time. I wonder what happened to you inside. Is it really that difficult to break through that step?" The woman disappeared into an unknown corner, and everything returned to normal. No one noticed that the power of the 5-color divine heaven stone above the Origin Tower had become much thinner than before, and the radiance of the 5-color divine heaven stone was even more dazzling than usual. Over the past few years, the Medicine Alliance had announced that they had cut off all ties with the Heavenly Tiger region, causing a huge commotion. The members of the Demon Tiger sect who had stayed in various parts of the Tianyuan region were all killed by the various major factions of the Tianyuan region, causing many wandering cultivators from the Heavenly Tiger region to panic. They all hid their identities, no longer daring to call themselves members of the Heavenly Tiger region. Following the Medicine Alliance's actions, many factions that had dealings with the Demon Tiger sect had no choice but to pay attention and maintain their distance from the Demon Tiger sect. Meanwhile, those from other regions who hated the Demon Tiger sect took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and kill the members of the Demon Tiger sect. As a result, the Demon Tiger sect had no choice but to immediately recall their members to prevent further losses. Chapter 1389. 10 years. Yet another 10 years. Ling Xiao had been in seclusion for a total of 20 years this time. This was definitely an extremely long period of seclusion for him. Back then, when he was in the chaotic burial space, he had only experienced 10 years. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be in seclusion endlessly. In fact, he had already woken up from that wonderful feeling 16 years ago. He hadn't become a supreme existence like he had imagined. He had only taken half a step. This half step was a realm that others dreamed of, but it wasn't the realm that Ling Xiao needed. He had already reached the peak of perfection in this half step, but he still couldn't break through that final bottleneck. In these 20 years, not only did he absorb more than half of the 5-color divine heaven stone, but he also consumed quite a few supreme divine herbs. Yet, he could only reach this step. This was simply driving him crazy. Even though he was only half a step away, he didn't know how long he would be stuck for. However, the power of his consciousness had reached the low-level supreme realm, but his combat power couldn't be compared to that of a true supreme. As for what was missing, Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. Later on, he realized that he had enough power. It was just that his comprehension of the realm couldn't keep up, so he couldn't break through that step. His consciousness also had the power of a supreme, but he couldn't unleash the combat power of a true supreme. After a year of contemplation and pondering, he finally understood why he couldn't break through that step. Apart from his insufficient realm, the main reason was that he hadn't communicated with any supreme about their breakthrough experience. He didn't know what the most important realm for a supreme was to comprehend in order to be called a supreme. Therefore, in the next 3 years, Ling Xiao gave up on the opportunity to break through that step. Instead, he started to focus on the cultivation of the divine skills. Using every divine skill well and unleashing the power of every divine skill, he could have a powerful divine might that could surprise and kill the enemy. Of course, his mastery of the godly skill had already reached a very adept level. He wanted to cultivate and create a true godly skill that belonged to himself, a godly skill that was suitable for him to cultivate all 5 attributes at the same time. Creating a skill. This wasn't a magnificent feat that just anyone could accomplish. Only those with outstanding natural endowments and shocking talents could achieve such a feat. In fact, in Ling Xiao's previous life, he had already done something like this. But in this life, he had always focused on cultivating the precious god arts and god skills left behind by his predecessors to speed up his advancement. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how powerful a martial technique was, it was still not enough. Now that Ling Xiao had reached a bottleneck that he could not break through for the time being, he wanted to try another strange path to see if he could gain something. After all, in the process of absorbing energy for the past 10 years or so, he had gained a very deep understanding of the 5 types of energy that he cultivated. He had a deep understanding of the 5 types of energy that he cultivated and could feel the terror of cultivating those 5 types of energy to the extreme. Therefore, he wanted to try and see if he could fuse his 5 powers together and create his own godly skill that could unleash the full potential of the 5 powers. He first reorganized the original Sky Frost Fist, Cloud Expelling Palm, Wind God's Kick, 3 styles of the Tyrant Sword, 6 secrets of the Unyielding Snow, Tyrant Dragon Spear technique, and all the other martial techniques that he had cultivated and recultivated them several times, looking for their essence and inadequacies one by one. He planned to take the essence of these martial techniques and make up for their inadequacies, then find the battle style that he needed from them. From his many years of battle experience, the inspiration that he had displayed on the spot, he would summarize them all together, and then, like refining pills, he would condense them together and create another godly skill for battle. After 3 years of running in and creation, Ling Xiao finally had some results, and a new godly skill's embryonic form slowly appeared. This godly skill was temporarily named by Ling Xiao as Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Art, and was divided into a total of 9 forms. Each form was created by combining fists, palms, legs, and fingers, taking their power, condensing their shape, and fusing their attributes. However, Ling Xiao had only created the first 5 forms. These 5 forms were further divided into Imperial Dragon's Glory, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon, Ice Breaking Mountains and Rivers, Burning Sun Breaking Sun, and Heaven Ripping Shadow. These 5 forms were created with the 5 different attributes of metal, wood, ice, fire, and wind. Among them, the essence of the original martial techniques were merged together, and the attack power brought about by each form was terrifyingly strong. First form, Imperial Dragon's Glory. This move was like the Emperor of the Dragon descending. Golden light filled the sky, and the shadow of the palm carried supreme power. The palm turned into a blade, and the cone-shaped power of metal brought out the strongest and sharpest chi, destroying everything, displaying the might of the supreme Imperial Dragon. This move could be said to have the most terrifying destructive power, and the power of the space it created was extremely destructive. Second form, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon. This move used the wood attribute as its foundation and was used in conjunction with the palm technique. Every palm strike contained the entanglement power of the wood attribute. The endless palm shadows transformed into a green dragon that suddenly swallowed the moon, engulfing and annihilating everything in its path. This move was very suitable to deal with opponents with fierce strength, and could achieve the effect of using softness to overcome hardness, and using little effort to overcome 1,000 caddies. It was also suitable for group battles. Third form, Ice Breaking Mountains and Rivers. This was the comprehensive and sublimated version of all the fist forms of the Skyfrost Fist. With one punch, the mountains and rivers would be broken, and the power was endless. It could freeze all things and extinguish all life. It was a terrifying move that could definitely kill the opponent. This move was mainly fierce and overbearing, and the destructive power of the space turbulence created by it reached the extreme. Fourth form, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. The blazing sun flashed with a dazzling divine light. Fists that carried a torrential battle intent appeared one after another. Every punch was enough to destroy the sun and the moon. The terrifying attack power was even stronger than the first 3 moves. Once hit, one's corpse would definitely be destroyed, and the person would die. This move carried the fist intent of the 9 suns, Sky Burning Fist, and then evolved from the 9 forms of the 9 suns. It could be said that it was derived from the 9 suns, Sky Burning Fist, and surpassed the 10th form of the 9 suns, Sky Burning Fist, and its power was even more terrifying. Fifth form, Sky Ripping Wild Shadow. This was a powerful move that evolved the wind attribute to the extreme. Once it was used, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, Ling Xiao's figure would exist, just like the limitless doppelganger technique. His footsteps attacked wave after wave, and it could kick out a level 13 tornado, directly tearing apart the shackles of heaven and earth and destroy all things. This move used the speed of one's movement technique as a supplement and the footwork technique as the main technique. It could catch the enemy off guard and kill them. Almost no one at the same level could block this unparalleled speed, as well as the terrifying power that was mixed with the aura of death. Each of these 5 forms highlighted the extreme power of the 5 attributes that Ling Xiao cultivated, and all the martial skills that Ling Xiao had learned, and everything that he had comprehended in the face of a life and death crisis were merged together. It could be said that these 5 forms represented the limit of the power that Ling Xiao could blast out. As for the remaining 4 forms, Ling Xiao planned to fuse the various attributes together to attack and create a unique attack technique that could combine multiple attributes. Ling Xiao already had a rough outline of these 4 styles in his mind, but it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. First, he had to master the first 5 styles, and then use them in actual combat. Only then would he be able to figure out the last 4 styles that he needed. Although the Imperial Dragon slaying the heavens technique that Ling Xiao had created was not complete, just based on the first 5 forms, it was certain that it was more powerful than those top-notch divine techniques, and could be considered as half of the ancient god technique. Once he completed the last 4 forms, it would definitely be a peerless divine technique that would be famous for thousands of years. After creating these 5 forms, Ling Xiao finally decided to come out of seclusion. I wonder how long it has been. That step is indeed not so easy to break through. Ling Xiao stood up, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face as he muttered to himself. He didn't look sad at all. Quite the contrary, he had an indescribable aura, which gave people a feeling that his aura was as big as the sky. Unexpectedly, he couldn't restrain his aura that he used to restrain. It was mainly because his god soul had broken through to the great master realm, but he couldn't use its real power. Thus, he couldn't restrain it. His real body's competence had reached the complete half-incipient god realm, which wasn't weaker than the experienced half-incipient god realm warriors. With his 55 times fighting competence, he could trample all the half-incipient god realm warriors under his feet. Ling Xiao had fused his 5 attributes and his dragon fighting chi to increase his fighting competence several times, making it 55 times. His competence was much stronger than before. It was also related to the fact that Ling Xiao had cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique to the acme. At the same time, the dragon blood he had absorbed in the dragon transformation pond had helped him a lot. If he could transform into a real dragon, it wouldn't be just this 55 times fighting competence. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to 100 times fighting competence. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think that way anymore. If he could transform into a real dragon, he would become a beast. He couldn't even forget his human identity. At the same time, Ling Xiao also suspected that the reason why he couldn't take that step was related to the 2 times he had lost his essence blood. No matter what, after he got out of seclusion this time, he had decided to find some divine materials that could replenish his essence blood. Moreover, he had to find a real expert to talk to. It would be better if he could exchange pointers with that expert to understand what he lacked. That way, he could make up for it and take that crucial step. The moment Ling Xiao walked out of the seclusion room, he suddenly had an impulse to return to the Dragon Gate. That year, he had brought his family to the Heaven Domain and then hurried to the Heaven Source territory. He felt a little guilty. However, this guilt wasn't as strong as it was before he returned to the Xianling continent. This was because his people had arrived in the Heaven Domain and their strength was improving by leaps and bounds. Everyone was definitely cultivating hard. Even if he wasn't by their side, it wouldn't affect them too much. Another reason was that he wanted to go back to the soul race. He wanted to see if the descendants of the soul race had adapted to life in the Heaven Domain and if there were signs of the ancient race's revival. Ling Xiao was a little anxious, but he couldn't go back just like that. He had already decided that he wouldn't go back until he became a supreme being. This was because he didn't want to give the ancient race any chance to kill him. Chapter 1390. At the moment Ling Xiao walked out of the tower, the elder watched Ling Xiao without blinking as if he wanted to see something from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to the guard and then left in a carefree manner. However, the pagoda guardian elder suddenly attacked Ling Xiao from behind. He had actually put all of his strength into this punch, and all the spatial energy in the surroundings gathered on his fist. It was suffused with waves of elemental light, and this punch was enough to shatter mountains and split the earth. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any reaction to this punch. He continued to walk forward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The area around Ling Xiao was shaken hard. It was lucky that the elder's punch had concentrated on Ling Xiao. Otherwise, everything around here would have been destroyed by his punch. When all of the energy around Ling Xiao dispersed, Ling Xiao's figure was still running as if he was flying. He wasn't affected at all. The pagoda guardian elder's mouth was agape, and his face was filled with astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This kid has become so intimidating. How could it be? Muttered the elder. He could feel Ling Xiao's overflowing aura, which was much stronger than his. Thus, he wanted to test Ling Xiao's competence. He thought that Ling Xiao would counterattack. He wanted to seize the chance to exchange several moves with Ling Xiao to see if he was wrong or not. However, Sure Yin didn't give him a chance. He didn't even care about him, as he thought that he wasn't his opponent. At the same time, the elder felt humiliated. At the same time, he thought that Ling Xiao's progress was too big. Even though he was a half-incipient God Realm expert who was close to the great Master Realm, he couldn't compare with him. What a young man. No wonder he caught the goddess's eye. The guardian elder sighed and sat down on the armchair again. He narrowed his eyes. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard, there was already a beautiful figure in his courtyard. You are finally willing to come out of seclusion? The beauty looked back and smiled. Ling Xiao's body and mind seemed to have been electrocuted, and he was completely stunned. It was true that this beauty was Yin Dai Jiao, and he had interacted with her for quite some time. The two of them could be considered close friends, but today she was different. This was the first time he saw her not wearing an alchemist robe, but had changed into a pink veil, covering her graceful figure. The visual sense of her curvaceous front and back was without a doubt. But what surprised Ling Xiao the most was that she actually did not wear a veil today. That breathtakingly beautiful face made people unable to extricate themselves from it after just one look. That pair of watery eyes was like a clear pool. That exquisite nose was clean and beautiful. That sexy thin lips carried the temptation of crystal clear jade. That beautiful hair that was as black as a waterfall fell over her shoulders. From time to time, it carried a sense of beauty. Her exquisite facial features were truly a perfect match. It was unforgettable to look at. Ling Xiao was someone who had seen many beauties, but he hadn't seen many women as beautiful as Yin Dai Jiao. In Ling Xiao's impression, only Yun Meng Qi, Lai Ruyu, Lu Piapiao, and Zhang Xiaofeng, who had fought for the throne in the Sun Jin kingdom of Goguryeo, could be compared to her. The other women were slightly inferior. And in Ling Xiao's impression, these four women all had different temperaments. Yun Mengqi was demure and otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Lai Ruyu was straightforward and cute. Lu Piapiao was cold and aloof like a thorny rose. Zhang Xiaoyu was naturally seductive. Yin Dai Jiao was amiable, making people want to get close to her and have the urge to immediately possess her. Yin Dai Jiao saw that Ling Xiao was staring at her, and her face turned red. She glared at Ling Xiao and said angrily, "What are you looking at, idiot? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Ling Xiao had just come out of seclusion, and someone had already informed Yin Dai Jiao. After all, in the palace city, there were very few things that could escape her eyes and ears. After 20 years, Yin Dai Jiao's restless heart had already gradually fallen. Ever since she got to know Ling Xiao, she slowly understood how outstanding this man was. She did not reject being together with this man, and she felt that staying with him gave her a very comfortable, relaxed, and happy feeling. Maybe before, she only somewhat admired Ling Xiao, but ever since Ling Xiao entered seclusion, she started to miss him, and this feeling became more and more intense, making her want to see this man again. Although they were very close, she was unable to see him, and that kind of feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. She also realized that she had already fallen in love with this man, and it was an unstoppable feeling. Beauties love heroes. This was a common occurrence since ancient times, and it was not something to be surprised about. Moreover, whether it was Ling Xiao's strength or his handsome appearance, it was enough to move any woman's heart. Now that Yin Dai Jiao had changed her clothes and taken off her veil, it was to let Ling Xiao see her true beauty. She felt that wearing the alchemist robe in the past had covered up her beauty, and she was unable to attract Ling Xiao. Now, her change had indeed brought about a very obvious effect. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, lightly rubbed the bridge of his nose, and said, "Senior apprentice, Sister Jiao, you are really beautiful. Even my eyes are glued to you." "Really? You're not lying to me?" Yin Dai Jiao was overjoyed. Of course, this god teacher is known as an honest and reliable little gentleman. "I never lie to anyone, especially to a beautiful woman like you." Ling Xiao was in a good mood after coming out of seclusion, and naturally revealed his glib nature, which he had been using for many years, and directly fed Yin Dai Jiao a bewitching soup. "Such a glib tongue. I wonder how many women have you tricked?" Yin Dai Jiao pouted. Her every glance was filled with all kinds of flirtatious intentions. It was truly intoxicating. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and changed the topic. "Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, how did you know I came out of seclusion?" He secretly warned himself not to provoke women anymore. It was better not to say so many showy words. What's so difficult about that? Yin Dai Jiao saw that Ling Xiao had suddenly changed the topic, and she was a bit surprised. She then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "It's been so long. Have you taken that step?" Yin Dai Jiao did not gain nothing in these 20 years. She was already at the mid-level God King realm, and she had the support of the 3 supreme alchemy gods. Her physique had long been nurtured to the point where it was more perfect than any other genius, and her cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. It was just that her strength had increased, but she still could not see through Ling Xiao's depth. However, she could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was even more domineering than before. Standing in front of him, she felt a kind of pressure. She knew that Ling Xiao had definitely gained something, but she didn't know if he had truly reached that step. Ling Xiao forced a smile, shook his head, and said, "I only took half a step, and I don't even know how to take the next half step. It's really troublesome." Seeing Ling Xiao's dissatisfied expression, Yin Dai Jiao was a little annoyed, and she said, "I thought you didn't gain anything. Advancing half a step is already amazing. You're now the first person since the beginning of time." A half-incipient god realm that was slightly more than 100 years old was indeed the first person in history. She found that this man was too outstanding, and it was impossible for no woman to like him. She had to firmly grasp her own happiness, or else she would regret it for the rest of her life. "This is nothing. I only have one goal." Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about this so-called glory. He just wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. With the power to control his own destiny, he could move freely in the heaven territory. After Yin Dai Jiao and Ling Xiao talked for a while, she asked Ling Xiao to accompany her to walk around Heaven Origin City. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. He had been in seclusion for so long, and it was good for him to go out and relax. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that after accompanying her to Heaven Origin City, he had actually been recognized by everyone as the boss of the guild. After all, Yin Dai Jiao was the goddess of the Medicine Alliance, the #1 beauty of the Heaven Origin region. This was the first time she had changed into female clothing and taken off her veil to stroll around with a man. Even a blind person could guess that the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. In fact, Yin Dai Jiao was using this method to swear to the people of the Medicine Alliance and the people of the Heaven Origin region that she had found the man she wanted. However, Ling Xiao still didn't know what was going on. He only felt that as he walked, the gazes of others on him were filled with a strange feeling. After not seeing each other for 20 years, Ling Xiao and Yin Dai Jiao didn't feel distant at all. Their conversation was still natural, especially when it came to alchemy. The two of them were full of interest. After returning from Heaven Origin City to Palace Hall, Ling Xiao took out some of the divine pills he had refined during his seclusion and gave them to the guild elders in exchange for the divine materials he needed. This could be considered as some of his contributions before leaving the Medicine Alliance. However, before leaving, Ling Xiao still asked for an audience with the two palace masters. In the end, Lien Hao Gong came out to receive him. The whereabouts of the three palace masters were uncertain. They had long been cultivating in the outer realms, and each time they returned, it was only a divine sense avatar. Ling Xiao explained his intention to Lien Hao Gong. He hoped that a supreme being could teach him some important points to break through to the great master realm. Lien Hao Gong saw that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of half-incipient god realm in just 20 years, so he was very emotional. At the same time, he recognized that Ling Xiao's potential was really strong. Once he grew up, in the future, not only could he reach the same height as them, but he could even be compared to his senior. Thus, he didn't think much and immediately agreed to Ling Xiao's request. He didn't arrange for others to teach Ling Xiao. Instead, he personally told Ling Xiao about some of his experiences in breaking through to the great master realm. With Lien Hao Gong's personal guidance, of course, Ling Xiao was so happy. After Lien Hao Gong's patient guidance, Ling Xiao finally realized where he was lacking. He finally knew what his next step should be in order to take that crucial half step. That year, I also used the Supreme God Pellet to reach that step. What I said is just for your reference. Everyone has a different path, and the way to break through is also different. I believe that you will be able to take that half step sooner or later. Lien Hao Gong encouraged him. Chapter 1391. What was the supreme incipient god realm? It was the most powerful existence that had cultivated the martial realm to the extreme. Not only did they have the power to destroy the world, but they also had the power to create a new world. If one wanted to take this step, he must first understand the origin of the elemental power he cultivated. He must understand the essence of the power. When he absorbed it, he could also create a scene that belonged to the origin of this power. In order to do this, he must return to the power of the world that he had comprehended when he was at the Celestial Master Realm. The Supreme Expert had to create the original illusory power of the world into a more vivid, real, and substantial existence. He would make it like a living creature and use it as a more powerful attack. This was called the power of the origin universe. The energy of every single source universe condensed into an expanse of spatial energy, and it was capable of creating numerous divine effects and causing extraordinarily great lethality. In addition, the Supreme Expert could also tear the space and guide the space turbulence that belonged to him to attack. He could also pull any opponent into the void and make them lose their way in the desolate space forever. It would be difficult for them to find the way back. They could also cross the space and travel through the void. They could also transcend the inner space and go to the outer space to survive. These were the elements that the Supreme Expert must have. Only by comprehending the existence of these attacks could he gradually touch the threshold of the Supreme Expert realm and successfully make a breakthrough. These were some of the information that Ling Xiao learned from Lien Hao. He had never thought that the Supreme Expert would return to the Celestial Master Realm, and that it was closely related to the power of the world. According to Lien Hao, if the power of the origin universe created by a Supreme Expert was like a living world, it could be maintained for a long time and could almost reach the point of passing off the fake as the real one. This was the real creation ability of the Supreme Expert realm. It was very different from the condensed form of the Divine King. It was said that in the Antiquity era, all things were condensed by the ancient god. It was just that this matter was too far away and there was no way to investigate it. Of course, what Lien Hao said was only his own experience. It was similar to other people's, but to really make a breakthrough, it still depended on the specific situation of the person. Everything could only depend on oneself. External forces couldn't help. If one didn't comprehend these, even if he had the Supreme Divine Pellet, he might not be able to become a real Supreme Expert. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao couldn't break through even though he had the power to do so. Thank you for your guidance, Second Palace Master. Ling Xiao has finally seen the light and understood how to take the next step. Ling Xiao bowed to Lian Hao and expressed his gratitude. How important was the guidance of a supreme martial artist? This allowed him to avoid a lot of detours. Moreover, for someone of Duke Lian Hao's status to personally instruct him, how glorious was that? If it was someone else, to be able to let Duke Lian Hao send another supreme martial artist to guide them was already something that made them deeply grateful. Ling Xiao, you don't have to be so courteous. Even without my guidance today, you'll learn about this from your Kim people's supreme master in the future. I'm just here for the occasion, Duke Lian Hao replied. Then he said, by the way, what do you think of our guild's conditions? Compared to your Dragon Gate or Kim people, do you think it's more suitable for you? Ling Xiao somewhat understood what Lian Hao Gong meant, but he still replied straightforwardly, the conditions in the guild are not any worse than Dragon Gate and Kim people, but for us alchemists, this place is much better than any other place. The Medicine Alliance Guild used alchemists as their foundation, so the divine herbs, beast cores, and divine springs here were definitely unimaginable by others. As long as you want it, this place can basically provide it for you, provided that you have the ability to obtain it. Ling Xiao had a deep understanding of this after staying in Palace City for the past few days. If he stayed here, he wouldn't lack any materials to refine pills, and there was also the godly alchemist to communicate with the medicine god. If he stayed here for a long time, he would definitely be able to smoothly become a supreme medicine god. And you're right, in the entire heaven realm, who can compare to our Medicine Alliance in terms of divine materials? It can be said that our guild is the wealthiest power. No one would dare to refute this. Lian Hao Gong said confidently. After pausing for a moment, he continued, then do you want to stay and become a high-level elder of my guild? In the future, when you become a medicine god, I can even let you inherit a portion of our guild's power. Temptation, a blatant temptation. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Lian Hao Gong's words were not exaggerated at all. Not only was the Medicine Alliance the wealthiest force in the heavenly domain, it was also the strongest force. They could practically unite all the forces in the Tianyuan region. This time, it was definitely not something that any force could do. Once he became the successor of the Medicine Alliance's Hall Master, the resources he would be able to enjoy in the future would be enormous, and the power he would be able to support would reach an extremely terrifying level. He believed that this kind of condition was enough to move many people. Ling Xiao was no exception. His willpower had always been outstanding, but when Lian Hao Gong proposed this condition, he still hesitated for a moment and did not immediately reject it. Lian Hao Gong stared closely at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing a bit of expectation. For countless years, they had been searching for outstanding alchemy geniuses, but the only one who could take over their position was Yin Dai Jiao. As for Miao Qingwei, he was just an extra, and Ling Xiao was even more outstanding than the two of them. Unfortunately, it was not their guild who discovered this genius first, so they missed the opportunity. Now, they could only rely on some special methods to make up for the lack of opportunity. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and respectfully said, Second Hall Master's proposal is indeed tempting, but I feel that it is still more suitable for me to be a guest elder. Ling Xiao tactfully refused. In the face of this huge temptation, he was actually able to steel his heart and make such a decision. This was really not something that ordinary people could do. Lian Hao Gong did not reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. He once again said in a deep voice, You have to think it through. If you stay, we will betroth Jiao heir to you. You can have both the country and the beauty. This is the dream of everyone. Ling Xiao replied, I appreciate Second Hall Master's good intentions, but my home is in the Sky Dragon region. My parents, wife, children, and the teacher who taught me, they all do not want me to abandon them for personal glory. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a disloyal and unfilial person? I believe Second Hall Master can understand Ling Xiao's difficulties. Haha, not only are you outstanding in cultivation and alchemy, but you also have a glib tongue. This old man has no choice but to admire you. Lian Hao Gong did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. through this conversation, he knew that Ling Xiao really had no intention of taking over their guild. Although it was a little embarrassing for him, he could see that Ling Xiao was not hypocritical or pretentious. Instead, he could see that Ling Xiao was a true man. If Ling Xiao immediately agreed to his request, he would instead feel that Ling Xiao was unreliable. Thank you for your understanding, Second Hall Master. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am still a member of the guild. When I need Ling Xiao will definitely not delay it, Ling Xiao said sincerely. If it was someone else like Lin Haogong, who had lowered his status and invited Ling Xiao to join, and Ling Xiao still refused like this, it was likely that the other party would also turn hostile. This Lin Haogong was indeed a reasonable person. I'm relieved to hear your words. Once you become a sovereign, you can go anywhere in the Heaven Domain. The distance between the Tianyuan Domain and the Sky Dragon Domain is nothing to you. You won't need to spend too much time going back and forth, and you don't need to worry about being too busy. Huh, Lin Haogong said with a faint smile. Since the ancient times, it was hard to become a great master. Billions of King God Realm and half-incipient God Realm experts were stuck at this step. Those who could cross this step were all the most outstanding warriors, and the ones who could become the alchemy god were even fewer. There were only a few supreme alchemy gods in the Heaven Territory, so Lin Haogong had to express his goodwill to Ling Xiao in advance so that Ling Xiao could sit firmly in their medicine union. At that time, their medicine union's prestige would rise to another level, and after Yin Dai Jiao grew up, the medicine union would definitely reach an unprecedented level. Ling Xiao will definitely do his best, Ling Xiao lightly replied. But you should stay away from Jiao in the future, Lin Haogong said in a low voice. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would be enchanted by this disciple of theirs, but now the situation was reversed. This made him anxious. After all, they only had this one outstanding disciple. If Ling Xiao took her away, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to remind Ling Xiao to keep their distance as soon as possible. He believed that after a while, it would fade away. Hearing Lin Haogong's words, Ling Xiao actually felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that he shouldn't go and provoke other women, but when he was with Yin Dai Jiao, he really couldn't control his mouth and couldn't help but tease her. Moreover, the more he interacted with Yin Dai Jiao, the more he thought of her as a confidant. Now, he couldn't give Yin Dai Jiao what she needed, so it was no wonder that Lin Haogong warned him. In Second Hall Master, I know what to do. Ling Xiao responded in a deep voice, then said, I want to leave Palace City and go to other places to comprehend the essence of Second Hall Master's words. When I become a supreme alchemy god in the future, I will definitely return to repay Second Hall Master's kindness for today's guidance. Ling Xiao was very polite and solemn. It could also be considered a promise to Lin Haogong. It's good that you can say that. There are some supreme spirit materials here, enough for you to squander when you become a supreme alchemy god. I just hope that you don't forget what you said today. Lin Haogong threw a spatial ring to Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao becoming a supreme alchemy master was just around the corner, and with Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy, he didn't need Lin Haogong's guidance. Now that he gave Ling Xiao supreme spirit materials, he was seriously winning over Ling Xiao in advance, letting Ling Xiao owe him a favor, and in the future, he would definitely not forget their Medicine Alliance Guild. After all, Ling Xiao's potential was limitless, and he still had a long way to go, so Lin Haogong could still afford this bit of supreme spirit materials. Chapter 1392. Although Ling Xiao had obtained a supreme spirit material from Duke Lin Hao, he wasn't too excited or happy about it. The days he spent with Yin Dai Jiao were quite good, and they already felt like good friends. If he were to distance himself from her in the future, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. Since ancient times, even heroes had a weakness for beauties. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the Heaven Domain, he had always controlled his emotions and never fell for any woman. However, it was undeniable that his playboy heart had always been there. He had a natural desire to get close to beauties, but he always suppressed it and didn't accept them all. Forget it. Too much love has always been replaced with regret. I should sever my own mortal world. Ling Xiao consoled herself in her heart. Having too many women was also a troublesome matter, so he decided not to stay. After saying goodbye to Duke Lian Hao, he didn't go find Yin Dai Jiao. Instead, he planned to leave the palace city and travel around the Heaven Source region. He returned to his courtyard, intending to bid farewell to the people in the courtyard and leave. But as soon as he returned to the courtyard, he was stunned. Yin Dai Jiao was sitting in the courtyard with her chin resting on her hand. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the spirit flowers in the courtyard, as if there was an indescribable sadness in them. Ling Xiao wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but it seemed impossible now. "Senior Sister Jiao, why are you here?" Ling Xiao asked casually. Ever since he came out of seclusion, Yin Dai Jiao often came to find him. How could Ling Xiao not feel the affection she showed? However, the most difficult thing was to accept a beauty's kindness. Now, he had no choice but to reject this beauty's kindness. "What? I'm your senior sister. Can't I come to find you? Is it because I'm annoying?" Yin Dai Jiao glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. "Haha, how could that be? It's my honor that senior sister came to find me. I can't be happier." "Is that so? Then from now on, I'll live near you and come find you every day." Yin Dai's beautiful eyes rippled with a different color as she spoke. Her face was suffused with a faint blush. The affection in her words was very obvious. It was impossible for Ling Xiao not to hear it. However, he could only play dumb and smile. "How can I do that? If the other elders knew about this, then even if I had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough." Jiao glanced at Ling Xiao with hidden bitterness and sighed softly. "You don't like me, do you?" After a pause, she continued, "Don't deny it. Are you already preparing to leave?" Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be stuck, so he didn't know how to answer. The two of them stared at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and resolutely said, My home is in the heavenly dragon domain. My wife and children are there. I love them, and they love me. I will protect them for the rest of their lives." Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly telling Yin Dai Jiao that he already had a family. Moreover, he would eventually return to the heavenly dragon domain to live, so it was impossible for him to stay here for her. Ling Xiao had no choice but to harden his heart and say this because he really didn't want to drag it out any longer. That would be very unfair to Yin Dai Jiao. Yin Dai Jiao's body trembled, and a suffocating feeling almost caused her to faint. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She said with a look of anticipation, "I knew that an outstanding man like you wouldn't have any women liking you. So you already have a wife and children, but I don't mind. You can bring them to Palace City. I believe we will get along very well. Moreover, their cultivation here won't be any worse than in the Dragon Gate." She couldn't leave the Medicine Alliance Guild. She was destined to be the successor of her 3 masters, so she could only suggest that Ling Xiao bring his wife and children here to live. This was already showing the most tolerant side of a proud daughter of heaven. It could be said that she had already let go of all the reservations of a woman just to be with Ling Xiao. It had to be said that Yin Dai Jiao was also a woman who dared to love. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yin Dai Jiao to say something like this, and he was truly shocked. Could he refuse? If he refused, then his relationship with Yin Dai Jiao would immediately collapse. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, you might not know what kind of person I am. Let me sit down and slowly tell you. Then you can make your decision." With that, Ling Xiao sat on the stone chair opposite Yin Dai Jiao and took out a jug of wine. He opened the jug and immediately took a big gulp. Just as Ling Xiao was about to clear his throat and speak, Yin Dai Jiao said first, "I want a drink too." Ling Xiao wanted to say a few words, but seeing her determined expression, he still took out a jug of wine and placed it in front of Yin Dai Jiao as he softly said, "This wine is very strong, senior apprentice Sister Jiao should drink less. Yindai Jiao acted as if she didn't hear Ling Xiao's words. Just like Ling Xiao, she opened the jug and took a big gulp. Cough, cough. As soon as the wine entered her mouth, Yindai Jiao choked and coughed. This wine was brewed by Ling Xiao using all kinds of divine herbs. Aside from having a very powerful effect, it was also very strong. If a holy emperor were to drink 2 mouthfuls, he would probably be drunk. Yindai Jiao was a divine monarch, but she rarely drank wine. She rarely drank wine like Ling Xiao's, so it was not strange for her to choke. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I come from the distant, profound spirit continent. To the people of the heaven domain, I am a lowly person. When I was in the profound spirit continent, I had my first love, Yin Ming Qi." Ling Xiao told Yindai Jiao about some of his experiences from the beginning until now. At the same time, he also told Yindai Jiao about the 10 women he had. He had gone through trials and tribulations with them, so their feelings would not fade because of time. He loved them, and they could not lose him. And he, Ling Xiao, was a man of indomitable spirit. He built the proud, smiling palace and showed the valiant side of an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, he could not give up his lover and his unyielding character for her. And he, Yindai Jiao, could not give up on his lover and his unyielding character to come to the Medicine Alliance. At the same time, his words also hinted that he was a very fickle person. He already had a lot of women, and he was not a loyal man. If she really wanted to be with him, then she would have to marry a chicken and follow a dog. She had to go back to the Dragon Gate with him, or else they might as well stop here. Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, actually, with your qualifications, there are countless men chasing after you. There are many heroes in the world, and there are also many talented alchemists. You will definitely be able to find a better home, Ling Xiao said as he drank another mouthful of wine. He mocked himself in his heart. Fuck, to give up on such a living beauty. This king is too great. To be honest, if Yindai Jiao really wanted to go with him, Ling Xiao had decided to take her in, but he also knew that this was impossible. After Yindai Jiao heard Ling Xiao's words, she was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. It wasn't because she felt that Ling Xiao had too many women, but because she was shocked by what Ling Xiao had experienced. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was born in the Sky Dragon domain and was a direct descendant of Kim people. With Kim people and Dragon Gate's full support, Ling Xiao was able to become such a monstrous existence. However, she never imagined that Ling Xiao actually came from the ancient continent that had already declined, Xianling continent. Furthermore, he relied on himself to walk step by step until now. Just how many life and death situations had he gone through in this period of time? He was able to overcome all of them to reach his current level of strength. Furthermore, what moved her the most was that Ling Xiao had actually come to Heaven Domain from thousands of miles away for the first woman he loved. This kind of love was something she could not express with words. If there was such a man in this world who would do this for her, she would rather give up the identity of the guild's successor and be in love with that man for eternity. In this world where martial strength was revered, in this world where people pursued the pinnacle and eternal life, there were many people who did not believe in the existence of love. How many vows of eternal love had been made? How many vows of eternal love had been made? In the erosion of time, how many people would be able to maintain their loyalty and affection? In order to pursue power, in order to obtain all kinds of spiritual items, they could abandon all of their loved ones in this world and even become enemies. What was love in this world? In this world, how many people could answer this question? In their eyes, there is only strength and eternal life. Only then would they have the qualifications to love. Otherwise, once the distance between people was widened, any kind of friendship would be fleeting like clouds and smoke. Yindai Jiao thought about how Ling Xiao had suffered in the past, and how although Ling Xiao had a dissolute nature, he was even more sentimental and righteous, willing to give up everything for his lover. She couldn't help but cry. Her trembling hand reached out towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dodge. He knew that there were some things that needed to be solved from the root. That tender hand gently caressed that resolute and handsome face, and a kind of endless affection instantly warmed up. "So you have suffered so much," Yin Dai Jiao softly said. It was said that women were made of water. Although Yin Dai Jiao was called a goddess, she was still a woman and could be easily moved. Ling Xiao gently held Yin Dai Jiao's hand and very seriously said, "Senior Sister Jiao, you are a very understanding and beautiful woman. Any man would be moved by you, and I am no exception. However, you also understand my difficulties, so I feel like we should maintain our current relationship as good friends. In any case, I'm also an elder of the guild. In the future, when I have time, I will come and see you. I'm still waiting for the day when you become the alchemy god." Yin Dai Jiao's heart beat very quickly when she was held by Ling Xiao like this. A sweet feeling involuntarily arose in her heart. However, when she heard the latter part of Ling Xiao's words, she felt a wave of discomfort. She instantly broke free from Ling Xiao's hand and stood up. She glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You are a liar. I will hate you for the rest of my life." Yin Dai Jiao turned around and ran away, leaving behind only a few crystal droplets floating in the air. Ling Xiao caught the teardrop in his hand and watched it dissolve in his palm. Even his heart of stone was softened. Chapter 1393. The Tianyuan region was vast and boundless, with forces scattered all over the place and a much larger population than other regions. After all, this was a blessed land for alchemists, and where there were alchemists, there would naturally be many cultivators gathered. Since ancient times, people from other regions had been moving here one after another. They all wanted to befriend alchemists and help them reach the next level in their martial Tao, allowing them to walk further down the road. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Robbing, burning, killing, and plundering could happen at any time, especially in those mountain ranges where spiritual items and sacred materials appeared. Such incidents were even more common. At this time, in a mountain range called the ancient Quaking Mountain Range, a young man was walking on foot when he was intercepted by a dozen mercenary roving bandits. This young man was wearing a simple martial attire. Other than being a little handsome and having a sturdy figure, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. No, there was still a calm smile hanging on his face, making people feel that he was a little demonic. The strength of these dozen mercenary roving bandits was quite good, and their leader was actually a peak holy emperor. The rest of them were all holy emperors, some were saints, and each of them was riding a mighty holy beast while holding a ferocious weapon. They surrounded the young man with malicious smiles on their faces. "Boy, daring to run into this deep mountain forest at such a young age, I have to admire your courage. Leave behind your space ring, and we'll spare your life." The scar-faced leader sneered, the long scar on his face making him look extremely ferocious. He was riding a ninth-order three-headed lion beast as he looked down at the young man. In his eyes, this lone young man was already food on their plate. This group of people were mercenary roving bandits from the periphery of the ancient Quaking Mountain Range. They were not a powerful mercenary group at all. They generally chose to rob cultivators who were not very strong or were alone. This way, the people they encountered would not be too strong and there would not be too much trouble. For example, the young man in front of them looked graceful and dignified, so they thought that he might be a disciple of some sect or big family who came out to train. This kind of person was usually a little fat sheep, and they liked to rob the most. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong target this time. The young man in front of him was indeed a little fat lamb, but he was definitely not the kind of little fat lamb that could be casually slaughtered. The young man had a disapproving look on his face, and his dragon eyes flashed with a hint of savagery. In your line of work, you earn fast, but you die fast. You have to think this through. The moment the young man's words came out, everyone burst into laughter. "Huh? Do you think we can rob just anyone?" for a hothead like you. Nothing will happen to us, even if we have to go through hundreds of tribulations a year." The leading peak holy emperor laughed. Then, he gestured to the people around him to capture the young man. A high-level saint stepped out, riding a peak-type 8-lion-head horse, waving his meteor hammer as he charged towards the young man. "Young man, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll end your little life." The high-level saint laughed coldly, and the meteor hammer in his hand smashed down towards the young man's face. These people usually killed without batting an eyelid, and they would kill as soon as they attacked. It would be difficult for anyone below the Holy Emperor's strength to withstand this attack, and the spatial energy within it pressed down incessantly towards the young man. The young man was actually fearless, and he actually didn't dodge at all. He only raised his hand when the hammer was about to arrive in front of him, and then he raised a finger and tapped it towards the meteor hammer. Everyone in the surroundings sneered with ridicule. They felt that there was definitely something wrong with the young man's head because he was actually trying to stop a top-grade saint artifact with a single hand. However, all of them were stunned in the next moment. Bang! The meteor hammer was instantly blasted into pieces as soon as it came into contact with the young man's finger. The mercenary was even more shocked. He just realized that the young man in front of him was not someone that could be easily bullied. The mercenaries and roving bandits were also stunned. After a moment, the peak-type Holy Emperor who was leading the group immediately shouted, "Let's kill him together." As soon as he said that, all the Holy Emperor and saints moved. They cooperated seamlessly, and their aura burst out at the same time towards the young man. At the same time, they attacked the young man. The series of actions were performed in the blink of an eye, so fast that it was difficult for anyone to react. Even if the young man was a peak-type Holy Emperor, it would be difficult for him to escape from the dozen of them. The power of their attacks was even more terrifying. The colorful elemental energy and the spatial energy came crashing down, causing the ground nearby to be blasted into a crater that was thousands of meters wide. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even a demigod king would have to retreat from such a concentrated and terrifying power. These people were indeed mercenaries who often robbed and killed together. The power of their cooperation was indeed extraordinary. What a wretch. I hope the interspatial ring isn't destroyed. The peak-type Holy Emperor said disdainfully. Who are you calling a wretch? Do you think someone like you is worthy of robbing me? A faint voice rang in his ear. A hand instantly grabbed his neck, causing him to shiver both physically and mentally. Crack! When the peak-type Holy Emperor saw that the person who grabbed his neck was the young man who was attacked, his neck was broken before he could react. His escaping soul was instantly absorbed by the divine hoop on the young man's forehead. Following his death, the three-headed Yong also died on the spot. When the mercenaries and bandits in the surroundings saw this scene, every single one of them felt as if they'd fallen into an icy cellar, and it caused them to feel that this young man wasn't a soft sieve that they could knead as they pleased, but a ferocious tiger that ate people. Run. There was only one thought in their minds. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. There were people who had faced countless dangers before. They knew that only by fleeing in different directions would they have a higher chance of survival. However, the young man was far more powerful than they had imagined. "Do you think you can escape?" After the young man said faintly, an inexplicable force burst forth from his body. The surrounding interspatial energy seemed to be under his control, directly suppressing the people in all directions. The interspatial energy was like a mountain crashing down, directly crushing the dozen people and holy beasts in amidst meat and blood. The scene was extremely hideous and disgusting. I'm already in a bad mood, yet you still dare to provoke me. You really don't know what's good for you. The young man said faintly to himself. His dragon eyes glanced in one direction, and there was an indescribable bitterness in his eyes. This young man was Ling Xiao, who had left Palace City a month ago. Back then, he had wanted to talk things out with Yindai Jiao so that the two of them could maintain their friendship. However, he had overreached himself and made Yin Dai Jiao so angry. He was in a very difficult position, and, at the same time, he felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps he was not willing to admit it, but in his heart, he also somewhat liked this beautiful senior sister. Now that Ling Xiao had come out of Grand Hall City, he was heading south. He didn't use the spatial matrix. He planned to temper himself as he traveled. First, he wanted to relax his mind. Then, he hoped that he could enter the state of enlightenment as soon as possible. That way, he could break through as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, he had just entered this mountain range when he encountered these blind bandits. They were simply here to vent his anger. After Ling Xiao collected the interspatial rings of these mercenaries and roving bandits, he directly stepped into the depths of this mountain range, trying to cross it. Ling Xiao had been in retreat for 20 years, and his strength had reached an unprecedented bottleneck. He didn't know how long this bottleneck would last. It could be a year, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In short, it all depended on his luck. Ling Xiao planned to adjust his sad state of mind first. Otherwise, how could he calm his mind and comprehend this new realm? The Quaking Mountain Range was an ancient mountain range, so it spanned a very long distance. Even a god king would need several months to fly across it, but with Ling Xiao's strength, it wouldn't take that long. However, he now wanted to find a holy beast to practice within this mountain range and test the power of the Emperor Dragon Heaven extinguishing secret art he had created. With a single step, Ling Xiao crossed tens of thousands of kilometers, directly crossing many majestic mountains, and arrived at the hinterland of the mountain range where many holy beasts resided. Along the way, Ling Xiao relaxed his state of mind, feeling the laws of nature and the conversion of various forces. Ever since he entered into secluded cultivation that allowed him to grasp the essence of the 5 elemental forces he cultivated, he understood the principle that the 5 elemental forces reinforced and restrained each other. Unfortunately, he lacked earth and wind among the 5 elements, so it was extremely difficult for him to grind out the power of the universe of creation that belonged to him. After all, the power of the world at the heavenly exalt stage was thousands of times weaker than the power of the universe of creation. The power of the world was only the foundation, and in order to make it come to life as if it was real, one must have the primordial power that controlled creation. Therefore, Ling Xiao always wanted to understand the existence of this realm a little bit earlier than he did before. However, this wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, and he could only rely on slowly feeling and accumulating to see results. A few days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the top of a mountain, and as far as the eye could see, he could see a few mutated holy beasts living here. "All right, let's practice here," Ling Xiao muttered to himself with satisfaction, and then he released the aura from his body. The nearby mutated holy beasts instantly awoke from their deep slumber, and every single one of them let out world-shaking roars. Shockingly, these were all mutated iron-backed leopards. One was an advanced 10th grade beast, 2 were intermediate 10th grade beasts, and 4 were low-level 10th grade beasts. Their bodies were enormous like mountains, and there was a long spine on their backs. They looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, and their gloomy and cold eyes revealed a dense bloodthirst. Chapter 1394. The Ironback Leopard was an Earth attribute, mutated sacred beast. When they gathered here, the territory of several hundred mountains was under their control. Ordinary sacred beasts would not dare to cross over easily. Ling Xiao's sudden release of his aura immediately attracted their attention. It was clear how much pressure Ling Xiao exerted on them. "Human, leave quickly or we'll eat you." The leading ironback leopard spoke in a human language. They could sense Ling Xiao's strength and did not want to provoke such a human unless it was absolutely necessary. "Don't be so fierce. I only wanted to have a competition with you. Don't worry, I won't take your lives," Ling Xiao said to the ironback leopards. He had no interest in hunting sacred beasts. As long as he became a supreme alchemy god, He could have anything he wanted. Why would he want to make life difficult for these sacred beasts? Of course, it was not that easy to find a holy beast that could match up to him. Normally, existences that had reached the top level of holy beasts would not easily appear, unless he deliberately looked for them. Only then would he encounter such a powerful existence. These ironback leopards could already be dealt with by Ling Xiao when he was at the God King realm. The reason why Ling Xiao chose them was because 10th rank sacred beasts were not easy to find. Moreover, these earth attribute sacred beasts were even harder to find. Moreover, he would not go all out against them. He was prepared to deliberately suppress his cultivation to practice with them. What an arrogant human! I'll eat you. A mid-level 10th rank ironback leopard angrily roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Even though the ironback leopard was an earth attribute sacred beast, it was still a leopard-type sacred beast. Its speed was much faster than other sacred beasts of the same level. Although its body was huge, its movements were much more nimble. In a flash, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head and swung its jaws down. However, when it bit down, it discovered that Ling Xiao had already moved to the other side. The ironback leopard was unwilling to give up and continued to chase after Ling Xiao. However, it could not even touch Ling Xiao's hair. It was enraged, and its elemental power finally erupted. Huge rocks floated up and shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. He suppressed his cultivation level to the high-level God King realm and used his fists and legs to smash the rocks into smithereens. He even kicked some of them back at the iron-backed leopard, causing it to howl in pain. "Come at me together, or I'll kill it." Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure at all and could not help but feel a little impatient. After saying that, he directly rushed to the side of the mid-10th order iron spine leopard, and with a powerful blow, the iron spine leopard was sent flying far away. Sure enough, the other iron-backed leopards realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Their hair stood on end as they howled in alarm. Then, all the rocks in the vicinity were affected by them. They floated in the air and flew towards Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with rocks, and every one of them carried the force of millions of kilograms. Ordinary god kings would be smashed into minced meat if they were hit. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. He laughed maniacally and said, "Now, this is a little more exciting. Otherwise, it won't be fun." As his voice fell, he finally unleashed the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. First form, Imperial Dragon dazzles the world. Those huge divine dragons tore through the sky, and their supreme emperor's might was fully displayed. The dragon's roar echoed for millions of miles, and the dragons soared through the clouds. Golden light flashed as they wreaked havoc. Many of the rocks that rushed over were turned into dust by the golden dragon's true body. They were unable to harm the dragon at all. The golden dragon-like palm imprints pierced through space and blasted in all directions, causing the space around them to crumble and crumble. The 7 iron-backed leopards all felt a pressure from their source. Their fur stood on end, and thick layers of soil wrapped around them, blocking the golden palm imprints that filled the sky. Bang, bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out, and pieces of stone fragments flew everywhere. The 7 iron-backed leopards' defenses were completely destroyed, and each of them was sent flying far away. Their blood splattered everywhere. The 4 low-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopards died on the spot, and the 2 mid-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopards were severely injured. Only the high-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopards struggled to get up. The high-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopard glared at Ling Xiao angrily, then slowly retreated with fear. It roared, Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? How could you lie to us? What a cunning human." Ling Xiao was also stunned. He opened his palms and muttered to himself, "I clearly suppressed my realm, and I didn't use my dragon-shaped battle chi. How can my strength be so great? Could it be that the Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art is really so powerful?" When Ling Xiao created the Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art in seclusion, he only deduced the first 5 moves. He himself felt that its power was definitely extraordinary, But he didn't expect that the moment he made his move, it would blow up a 10th-tier holy beast that was famous for its defense. Even he himself was shocked. After all, he had suppressed his realm to the newly advanced Divine King realm. He felt that it was already very good to be able to break through their defense. But the result was really very different. Ling Xiao looked at the heavily injured high-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopard and asked, "Who is your king here? Could it be that you want to find our king to compete?" Fine, I'll tell you. It's the Crimson Gold Bird King. Do you dare to go deal with it? The iron-backed leopard knew how to provoke him. Crimson Gold Bird King? I want to see how powerful it is. Tell me where it is. Ling Xiao said. He definitely wanted to test out the power of his Emperor Dragon Heaven annihilating art. At the same time, he also hoped that he would meet his match, allowing him to deduce even more powerful moves. It's at the Crimson Gold Peak over there. The tallest crimson gold tree there is its resting place. The iron-backed leopard said toward the direction. Just as its words fell, Ling Xiao had already turned into a gust of wind, sweeping in that direction. The Crimson Gold Bird King already possesses a higher level of power. How can it be something that a human like you can deal with? You could just go and die. The iron-backed leopard said rather proudly. There were tens of thousands of spiritual beasts in the world, and they all had different levels. There were spiritual beasts with ordinary bloodlines. There were mutated spiritual beasts, and there were also descendants and various divine beasts that had been passed down from ancient times to the primordial era. All the records were not comprehensive, because along with the changes of time, many mutated spiritual beasts also emerged one after another, making it difficult for people to distinguish between them. As for this Crimson Gold Bird King, it was also Ling Xiao's first time hearing about it. He also did not know what kind of mutated bird beast it was, or whether it was a mutated species that had survived from ancient times. Ling Xiao arrived in front of a strange mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, at least tens of thousands of meters high, appearing extremely spectacular and eye-catching. However, the most attractive thing about it was not its height, but the color of its rocks. It was actually a mix of gold and red, containing the power of two different attributes. It was truly astonishing. The trees and spiritual grasses on the mountain peak were obviously also of this dual attribute. Since ancient times, metal and fire had been known to restrain each other. Basically, it was very rare for objects with such conflicting attributes to appear at the same time. However, the mountain peak in front of him was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao also had the metal and fire attributes, he also had the other attributes to harmonize and fuse them together. Otherwise, how could he peacefully cultivate these two attributes? In the center of this mountain peak, there was a huge tree that towered into the sky. The aura of metal and fire lingered around it, bringing with it a dense divine glow. It was extremely dazzling. This should be the Pure Gold Peak and the Pure Gold Tree. I believe that the Pure Gold Bird King will be here. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His divine eyes pierced through the layers of branches and leaves and looked towards the center of the pure gold tree. Sure enough, there was a very large bird's nest inside the pure gold tree. It was like a huge plate, extremely shocking. After passing through the bird's nest, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that he did not see the pure gold bird king that he wanted to see. Instead, he saw three young pure gold birds. Looking at the way they flapped their two-colored wings, they looked extremely cute, making people want to bring them to their side to play with them. For a rare descendant of a mutated holy beast like this, if it were to be auctioned outside, its price would definitely not be lower than a divine material. Ling Xiao was a little tempted and wanted to keep them, but looking at their cute appearance, he dispelled this idea. After all, he was also a man with a child. His thoughts had become different from when he was young. He understood what it was like to be connected to flesh and bones. If he were to take this young beast away, the pure gold bird king would definitely be very sad. When did I become so sentimental? Really? Ling Xiao laughed at himself. Screech. At this moment, a loud and clear neigh could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a giant bird with 2 colors and 2 tails rushing over from the horizon. In its mouth was a bloody corpse of a rank 8 spirit beast. The head of this giant bird was somewhat similar to that of Phoenix, but its body was round and plump, more like that of an eagle. The strangest thing about it was that it had 2 distinct colors on its left and right sides, one red and one gold, separated in the middle. It also had 2 tails, one red and one gold. It was truly a very contradictory, mutated body. The pure gold bird came to the pure gold tree and threw the corpse of the rank 8 spirit beast into its nest. Then it coldly stared at Ling Xiao and said in a female voice, "Human, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will become the food of my child." Ling Xiao glanced at the pure gold bird. He didn't feel any pressure, so it should be just a peak of rank 10 existence. He couldn't help but be skeptical. Is this the strongest beast in the quaking mountain range? The peak of rank 10 could be compared to the Sun Jin of Goguryeo. Perhaps it would be a pressure to the ordinary Sun Jin of Goguryeo, but to Ling Xiao, it wasn't worthy of his attention. After all, Ling Xiao was at the peak of half-incipient God realm. With his increased competence, he thought he could even fight a rank 11 holy beast. Right when Ling Xiao was about to leave in disappointment, another loud cry arose from the other side of the sky. A shadow dashed towards Ling Xiao at an extreme speed. "There's another pure gold bird." Ling Xiao screamed excitedly. Chapter 1395. The pure gold bird that came later was the real pure gold bird king. It was a male pure gold bird with a terrifying realm of level 11. It should be a pair with the female pure gold bird in front of him. Its body was much bigger than the previous one. Its 2 colored feathers emitted brilliant divine light. The co-feather on its forehead was even more dazzling. It charged towards Ling Xiao in a menacing manner, its sharp beak bringing with it a sharp chi energy slashing towards him. It arrived in just a blink. The 2 different auras made Ling Xiao so excited. He wanted to find this kind of strong, holy beast to test his moves. That was how he could perform his Imperial Dragon Sky, destroying secret art. A level 11 holy beast could be compared to a supreme, incipient God realm expert. Holy beasts were born with great advantages in certain aspects. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. "Good move," Shi Yin screamed in fright. He urged all of his fighting power. A great aura descended from the sky as the Imperial Dragon appeared. Ling Xiao used his palm as a saber. The sharp metal power slashed down like a golden saber in the shape of a dragon. A massive flow of chaotic space energy appeared, slashing towards the pure gold bird king. Looking from afar, one could only see that the momentum of the golden dragon saber had directly split apart this part of the world. Its power was truly vast and majestic. Ling Xiao was at the peak of half-incipient God realm. With all of his fighting power enhanced, his slash could kill any experienced half-incipient God realm expert. However, such a powerful move wasn't enough to intimidate the rank 11 Bird King. The pure gold Bird King's sharp beak emitted a divine light. 2 energies, one red and one gold, collided with each other and attacked Ling Xiao's metal current energy. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions echoed unceasingly. Almost all the spiritual chi in the sky had been swept away. Many mountains around were shaking unceasingly. The female pure gold bird protected her baby and her nest. She didn't want to be affected by those energies. The attack dissipated, but the crimson gold bird king continued to charge at Ling Xiao. Its feathers, one red and one gold, carried with them 2 completely different types of power as they attacked. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He immediately moved to the peak of the 9 heavens, intending to have a good fight with the crimson gold bird. After the first test, the power of his Imperial Dragon Sky destroying secret art was beyond his imagination. It could fight against a level 11 holy beast, and it wasn't a one-sided fight. Although the pure gold bird king was just at level 11, it was an existence that any half-incipient God realm expert could challenge. My many years of hard work were not in vain. The power of the Imperial Dragon heaven-destroying art is definitely not inferior to any of the ancient god arts. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Now, he was even more determined to create the last 4 styles. At that time, it would give him more confidence and support to fight against those of a higher level. The Crimson Goldbird King soared into the sky and continued to unleash all sorts of attacks at Ling Xiao. It spat out flames and swung out golden blades. These attacks covered the entire sky. They were so dense that it was impossible to defend against them. Ling Xiao turned around and relaxed his body. The Imperial Dragon Sky, destroying secret art, appeared one more time. This time, he used the second move, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon. Wave after wave of palm shadows that resembled silken hands continuously dispelled the various attacks of the Crimson Goldbird King. At the same time, the attacks that approached its body were directly crushed into powder. However, the pure Goldbird King was a level 11 holy beast. Of course, it wasn't easy to block its furious attack. Moreover, its fire and metal attacks seemed to contain another destructive power. Fire could subdue metal. Both of them were main attacking powers. Metal was first while fire followed. Fire melted metal, creating a scorching, destructive power that could burn metal. It wasn't a combination of attacking powers. It was a power that could destroy anything. It was like throwing a large amount of gold nuggets into a sea of fire and letting the flames burn them. When the gold nuggets melted, the golden liquid fire produced would be the most frightening power. Anything that fell into it would be melted by the boiling golden liquid before it could be incinerated by the flames. That was why it was said that when 2 opposing powers canceled each other out, the destructive power produced was the most powerful existence. This was also why the pure Goldbird King's attacks were so terrifying. Ling Xiao's divine body was in excruciating pain from the scorching golden liquid fire. Even his skin was charred. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine body's defense was comparable to an ancient divine weapon, he would have been reduced to a pulp the moment he came into contact with this power. This power is terrifying. How can it be so destructive? Ling Xiao muttered with a look of horror on his face. Following that, he raised his strength to the limit. Imperial Dragon Sky destroying secret arts, third move, Icebreaker Mountains and Rivers. Ling Xiao punched out with his crystalline fists. The first punch was able to freeze everything within 10,000 miles, blocking the pure Goldbird King's power. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation to increase his attacks. Waves of spatial turbulence appeared as icebergs smashed down on the pure Goldbird King. Boom! Boom! The power of ice temporarily suppressed the boiling golden liquid fire. However, it only took an instant for it to melt. However, Ling Xiao's continuous attacks had also dealt a heavy blow to the Crimson Goldbird King. The power of ice was extremely cold, so much so that even its body was struggling to withstand it. Furthermore, the icebergs that rushed out of the spatial turbulence caused it great pain. A series of piercing screeches rang out. If it was a peak 10th level Saint Beast, Ling Xiao's punches would have been enough to kill it. However, it was an 11th level Saint Beast. Its reaction speed was extremely fast. Most of the attacks were unable to harm it. Only a few of the attacks made it feel uncomfortable. A few of its feathers were destroyed, which made it extremely angry. "You damned human! How dare you hurt me? I will eat you alive!" The Crimson Goldbird King was extremely short-tempered. It let out a shrill cry as its body danced in the air, filling the sky with its 2 colored feathers. The bird's body moved rapidly as it approached Ling Xiao. The most powerful part of it wasn't its feather attacks, but its sharp beak and claws. As long as it could get close to that human, it would be able to peck him to death. Its claws could also turn him into a pool of blood. Ling Xiao was in high spirits. He used the first 3 moves of the Imperial Dragon Sky, destroying secret art one after another. He was actually able to withstand the pure Goldbird King's attacks. Although he had sustained many injuries, he He had the ancient Emperor Divine technique to recover. He could hold on. The pure gold bird king had already broken through its defenses. Its sharp beak was pecking toward his position. The beak seemed to be able to extend infinitely. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to escape, but it was too late for him to do so. A large bloody hole was immediately opened in his chest, causing his intestines to tumble out and golden blood to splatter all over his body, causing him to scream in pain. If not for the fact that his body was comparable to an ancient god artifact, he would have exploded from that peck. The pure gold bird king was also extremely shocked. With its strength, even a peak 10th level saint beast would have burst open from its peck. However, it was unable to peck this human to death. However, it was only stunned for a moment. Its sharp beak attacked again, this time aiming to devour Ling Xiao. Damn it, I was too careless. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He used the ancient Emperor Divine technique to heal his injuries at an extremely fast rate. He raised his speed to the limit and dodged far away. Panting, he swallowed another 2 divine pills to recover the divine power he had expended. He had thought that he could fight the pure gold bird king to a draw. Who would have thought that the bird would suddenly approach him and peck at him? This was truly unexpected, and he was struck. After all, the speed of an 11th level saint beast was terrifying. It was not something that anyone could dodge. The pure gold bird king attacked again. Ling Xiao roared angrily. He was determined to tear the pure gold bird king down. Fourth form, burning sun, shattering sun. The blazing flames and the torrential fist intent were like 9 brilliant suns gathering together. In the end, every brilliant sun exploded. With every explosion, a part of the space was blasted into nothingness. Countless spatial turbulence splashed out incessantly. The power of the 9 suns explosion was unimaginably terrifying. This was an attack that Ling Xiao had unleashed with all his might. He was determined to annihilate the pure gold bird king. The pure gold bird king revealed a shocked expression. It flapped its wings anxiously, sending countless feathers flying toward Ling Xiao's attack like arrows and golden blades. At the same time, its figure flew backward, not daring to come into contact with this destructive power. However, Ling Xiao's strength exceeded its expectations. 9 consecutive explosions rang out, causing it to be at a loss for what to do. Many of its feathers were blasted off. Screech! The pure gold bird king cried out in pain. Its left wing was bleeding profusely from the explosion. It was almost crippled. Ling Xiao had expended a great deal of divine power to use this move. It was obvious from his panting. However, the fact that this move was able to injure the pure gold bird king showed just how terrifying it was. One had to know that he had injured an 11th level saint beast. That was an existence comparable to a true supreme being. Moreover, the pure gold bird king had retreated too fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been wounded so lightly. Looking at the wounded pure gold bird king, Ling Xiao thought that this meant that the power of this punch was enough to challenge a supreme being or an incipient god realm expert. Of course, this move alone couldn't kill the pure gold bird king. At most, it could make the bird a little afraid. Damn human, you have completely enraged me. Go to hell. The pure gold bird king was wounded. Obviously, it was enraged by Ling Xiao. Finally, it was going to use its ultimate attack. It spread its wings in the air, and 2 different powers rose from its body, forming 2 huge bird-shaped battle silhouettes, one red and one gold. The bird-shaped battle silhouette enveloped the entire area. Its spread wings seemed to envelop the entire area. As the crimson gold bird king waved its wings, the 2 bird-shaped battle silhouettes charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. One in front of the other, they chased after each other. In the end, they crisscrossed with each other, creating a spiral attack of 2 colors. Under this attack, the surrounding space was reduced to nothingness. Everything was burned to ashes by the flames, and the sharp metal aura cut them into sharp blades that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. In the end, when they gathered, they formed a destructive power that could melt metal with fire. Chapter 1396. Up in the heavens, the winds and clouds lost their color as crimson golden phenomena appeared one after another. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was filled with fiery golden energy. Even a nine heavens barrier was about to be torn apart. Astral winds for the outer realms crashed into the mountain range incessantly, causing the skies above the quaking mountain range to be filled with a horrifying scene. All the living creatures were so frightened that they prostrated themselves and trembled uncontrollably. This was the Bird King's ultimate attack, and it displayed the true strength of the 11 sacred beasts. It was easy to imagine that it had only been toying with Ling Xiao earlier. Now it was getting serious. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to use all his strength to fight back and be killed. F***CK. This fellow's strength is so terrifying. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he roared in shock. He had originally wanted to send out his spiritual avatar to block this attack, but he gave up on this decision after some hesitation. This was because he wanted to force out the full power of the Imperial Dragon heaven-slaying art and familiarize himself with it. The current situation of life and death was the best touchstone. Besides, he also wanted to thoroughly feel how the destructive power of the Crimson Gold Bird King was formed by the two opposing attributes, and he wanted to comprehend the new technique. It could be said that Ling Xiao was putting himself in danger and using his body as a test. He wanted to perfect the technique he had created, and at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend a new technique. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was a madman. He was actually playing with his own life. Of course, he had only dared to do this because he was certain that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could protect his head and that he had a spiritual avatar ready to come out at any time. Ling Xiao instantly pushed his aura to the limit. Emperor Dragon Heaven, Slaying Technique's fifth technique, Sky Ripping Wild Shadow. Ling Xiao's body began to spin as countless afterimages of his legs swept out in a frenzy. At the same time, his body split into tens of thousands of afterimages. Each afterimage transformed into a Category 13 tornado that spun violently. One after another, perfectly round pillars of wind appeared, sweeping away the two types of power that the Bird King had sent hurtling towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously in the ninth heaven, and countless forces shot out in all directions. Each beam of energy in this area was enough to kill any King God Realm warrior on the spot. Moreover, if a half-incipient God Realm warrior came near their battle area, he wouldn't be able to survive. The pure Gold Bird King was at low level of level 11, and Ling Xiao was at peak of half-incipient God Realm. When he used all of his powers, he wasn't much different from an ordinary great warrior. The power of the collision between them was, of course, incomparably terrifying. Otherwise, how could even a nine heavens barrier be broken? Ling Xiao used Skyrending Berserk Shadow to block the majority of the Crimson Gold Bird King's attacks. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. The Bird King's strength was too terrifying. It launched wave after wave of attacks, as if it wasn't worried about exhausting all of its energy. Come on, let the attacks continue to be fiercer. Ling Xiao's real body was already covered in blood, but his fighting spirit was still high. With a roar, he used all 5 forms of the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying art. First move, Emperor Dragon's Glory. Second move, Devouring Dragon and Swallowing Moon. Third move, Ice breaks mountains and rivers. Fourth move, Burning Sun breaks the sun. Fifth move, Skyrending Berserk Shadow. 5 moves stacked on top of each other. Palms, fists, and legs were all used. He wanted to break the sky and defeat the Bird King. No one knew how long the battle in the 9 heavens had been going on. Their powers continued to collide, and colorful energy splashed everywhere. It was as if a strange phenomenon had appeared. It was incomparably breathtaking. Fortunately, they were fighting on the peak of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, with their terrifying destructive powers, the entire quaking mountain range would have been destroyed. After an unknown number of moves, the man and the beast finally calmed down. Everything returned to normal. The bird king wasn't dead, but many of its feathers had fallen off, and it was bleeding profusely. "Human, you're very powerful, but you're still not enough to defeat me," the bird king shrieked. After a few screeches, it dragged its heavily injured body back to its nest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 9 heavens, Ling Xiao didn't have much of his flesh left. Golden blood flowed continuously from his body, revealing the deep white bones on his body. He looked incomparably sinister and terrifying. Ling Xiao's divine power had been completely depleted. He almost fell uncontrollably. He hurriedly took out a few divine pills from the cauldron and swallowed them. He wanted to recover some divine power and save his life as soon as possible. An 11th grade divine beast is indeed powerful. Even after going all out, I only managed to force it back. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a bitter smile. With that, he controlled his body and slowly flew downwards. At the same time, he quickly recovered from his physical injuries. However, when he flew to the foot of a mountain, he discovered that there was a force in his chest that was destroying his body. It prevented his body from recovering and made it difficult for his wounds to heal. Ling Xiao wanted to force the remnant force out, but he discovered that there was something strange about it. He temporarily gave up on the idea. After healing the rest of his physical injuries, he absorbed a considerable amount of origin energy and borrowed the power of the divine pills to recover 30 to 40% of his combat power. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest that was temporarily unable to heal. He saw that there was a ball of golden liquid that seemed to be boiling nonstop, causing him great pain. Its destructive power wanted to expand and destroy the surrounding flesh and organs. But fortunately, it could be suppressed and did not let it have its way. Only someone like Ling Xiao, who had a freakish physical body, could endure the golden liquid boiling on his body. If it were anyone else, they would have long been tortured to death. However, this was also due to the fact that when Ling Xiao was cultivating the ancient emperor's mystic art, he had suffered much more than an ordinary person could ever hope to achieve. The life and death battles he had gone through had made his endurance reach an unimaginable level. Ling Xiao examined the golden liquid and murmured with deep doubt, "This should be the attack of the Crimson Gold Bird King. However, it's a little strange. Its destructive power is not weak at all. How'd it do this?" Ling Xiao could not understand it, no matter how hard he thought about it. He simply closed his eyes and carefully experienced how the force was formed. He closed his eyes for 3 days. His brows would sometimes tighten and sometimes relax. He seemed to have fallen into some kind of deep thought. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. The force had been forced out by him. Ling Xiao casually waved his hand and caught the force in his hand. He looked at the golden liquid with a faint smile and said, "So there's a reason for the existence of mutually reinforcing and restraining forces. Mutually reinforcing can increase one's strength, but mutually restraining can also bring about greater destruction. No wonder the Crimson Gold Bird King's attack is so powerful. It turns out that it understands the destructive power of mutually restraining forces. That's why its attack is so terrifying." Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he understood the profoundness behind it. He could not wait to try out this destructive force and see if he could completely comprehend it and create the 6th form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-slaying technique. 2 forces rose from Ling Xiao's hands. One was a fiery glow in his left hand, while the other was a golden glow. The 2 forces constantly approached each other, but the golden glow was quickly incinerated and evaporated by the flames. How can I grasp that crucial point and prevent the power of metal from being completely incinerated by the flames? Ling Xiao pondered. Next, As he walked through the mountain range, he constantly tried to collide the power of metal and fire. He wanted to destroy the destructive power of the golden liquid fire. After more than a month of relentless effort, Ling Xiao increasingly felt that his understanding of the principle of mutual restraint was very clear. As long as he could extract that crucial point, he would be able to control that destructive force. In addition, not only did he understand the principle of mutual suppression, but he also understood the principle of mutual generation. Only by slowly comprehending the principles of mutual generation and mutual suppression would he be able to benefit a person like him who cultivated all 5 elements at the same time. At the same time, he would be able to create a powerful move that could fuse multiple elements together. Ling Xiao spent half a year to traverse the quaking mountain range. Although he did not manage to derive the last 4 forms of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-Slaying technique in this half a year, he had a feeling that he would be able to create it in the near future. In addition, he also repeatedly used the first 5 forms during this period, improving them to a more perfect state and cultivating them to an extremely skilled level. In fact, he could have created a move long ago if he really wanted to, but he did not want to rush things. He must create a move that was more terrifying than the previous 5 forms, an overbearing killing move that could fuse multiple attributes together. He must make sure that after he reached the Supreme Being level, he would have more powerful combat power. After passing through the quaking mountain range, Ling Xiao did not walk into the city. Instead, he directly flew to the top of the 9th heaven, opened up the space, and rapidly shuttled. He wanted to use his own strength to experience all kinds of powers, so that he could step into the ranks of the true Supreme Being as soon as possible. At the same time, he constantly felt the violent astral wind above the top of the 9th heaven, hoping that he could adapt to the horror of the void space in the outer domain as soon as possible. Ling Xiao headed all the way south in the direction of the Heavenly Sparrow region. Ling Xiao did not return to the Heavenly Dragon region. He said that he would not go back until he reached the Supreme Being level. Moreover, he could not break through in the Tianyuan region for the time being, so it was better for him to travel around. Perhaps he could learn something from the process. The reason why he chose to go to the Heavenly Sparrow region was because he wanted to go to the barbarian race's territory to see if he could find Xian Yuyi. Dozens of years ago, when he was sucked into the chaotic burial space, Xian Yuyi went to the Heavenly Sparrow region to find his clansmen. After that, there was no news of him, so he could not help but worry. In addition, he had another destination, which was the Nirvana space, one of the 8 forbidden areas in the Heavenly Sparrow region. From many ancient books, he found that the primordial stone of fire had once appeared in the Nirvana space. He was going for the primordial stone. He had always been thinking about helping his ancestor escape from his predicament. After all, obtaining one more type of primordial stone meant that he was one step closer to laying the primordial great formation. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.